thank you everybody for attending today. This is our very first Next Stop to Zero event. I want to tell you what we're going to be trying to do today. First of all, there's a couple things that we're not going to be doing today. This isn't, some of you may have been to like our one-stop events, our virtual one-stop events, where those are regulatory trainings. We talk about rules and so forth. This isn't going to be a regulatory training, so we're not going to dive into any of our rules. I mean, even the proposed ACF rule, we're not going to dive into that. There'll be a very brief discussion of that in a few minutes here. Additionally, it's not a workshop. Many of you may have attended workshops on our for our ACF regulation or advanced clean trucks before that. What we're trying to do today is we have heard for a long time from industry that, and I get it, I got thrown into this world about 2.5 years ago and have learned a lot, but we've been told for a very long time from the industry, we don't even know the terms. You know, I mean, you got to help us, CARB. You got to give us information. That's what we're trying to do today. Through somebody's not on mute.
Of course, start the video.
I'm sorry about that. So through presentations, a few presentations, we're trying to keep the presentations fairly light, although there'll be more today, and I'll tell you what that means in a moment. But through presentations, then discussion panels and some questions from the audience, discussions with people from the industry, fleets that have done this, manufacturers, other experts. So we're really trying to give everybody some real life experience, learnings from those who have done this. And that's the whole purpose of this. One other thing I wanted to say about that is this is only day one of a 2-day series. And day 2 will be probably about a month to a month and a half from now. We haven't scheduled it. We are discussing certain things, and you can see Tommy just put that up. Here's the things that we are discussing today. We're going to start out super high level with a technology overview. There's a lot of information there, but again, it's high level, what the kind of things you need to start thinking about. Then we're going to dive in a little bit deeper with a couple of really great panelists that will, again, kind of discuss, here's the things you need to think about in the large picture. Then we're going to start diving in even deeper. There's a How to Go ZE panel at 1 o'clock. That's really mostly about what do you need to do when you think about vehicles. It's not about infrastructure. It's not about route planning. It's not about those working with utilities. There's just too much information to try and fit everything into one day. So then the last panel today will be funding, incentives, and so forth. So again, that second day will cover things such as how to work with utilities and what you need to do for infrastructure and so forth. Again, there's a ton of information. So, do get what you can out of today and then plan on attending the next one. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Tommy for some quick housekeeping.
Great. Thanks so much, Bruce. And again, thanks everyone for joining us. So let's go to our housekeeping items. All right. So first of all, if you're having any technical issues, please use the chat. You can go ahead and ask that to us. We'll be able to troubleshoot. So I'm going to go ahead and drop some other information in there as well. And this is for folks that are just joining us. So apologies for the extra repeat chat, but when you get somebody new coming in, they don't see the chat history. Questions. You guys are going to use the Q&A bar at the bottom of your toolbar. You're going to see it. That's how you're going to be submitting questions to our panel today. And then we're going to be able to address it when we pause for sections on there. And then just please note, if we don't get to questions today, we'll have a record of it. So we'll be able to get back to you at a later date and time. At the end of the survey, at the end of the webinar today, we're also going to have a survey. So super important. As soon as the webinar closes, the survey through Zoom is going to pop up. We have some questions for you, a couple open-ended questions. Shouldn't take you more than like 2 or 3 minutes to complete everything. You'll get that at the end of the webinar. And if you need to depart for any reason today early, we'll be sending out a reminder email tomorrow again, I'll have a link to be able to complete that evaluation. So please do take the time. It helps us shape. Actually, this will help us shape the next workshop in this series, Next Stop to Zero series. Presentations. I just dropped the presentations into the chat, and also the agenda can be found at the website. I'll do it one more time for some new folks coming in. So I see our numbers are climbing up a little bit more. Again, you're going to click on that first link to go to the agenda page. And then actually you can also get to the presentations on there. They are all in PDF. Feel free to download those. If you have any issues, just please let us know, and we'll be happy to assist you on the back end. Or you can click the submitted presentations can be downloaded at that CVent link. Again, you'll be able to download those as PDFs. And if you don't see them, again, just let us know in chat for technical assistance, and we'll troubleshoot you on the end. So with that, that's all of my information. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Bruce here. I'm going to advance to the next slide. And let's go to here. And
Perfect.
while I do that, Bruce, talk, I'll work on getting you remote control.
Perfect. Perfect. And you know what? Pardon me, Tommy, you brought up one thing that I completely forgot, and thank you so much. And that's the survey at the end in this series of webinars, seminars. As Tommy said, first of all, this is going to be an ongoing series. Right now, we're planning on, as I said, 2 days, one day now, one day about a month later, to discuss some other things. A few months later, we'll repeat that, and so on and so on. We're learning just like everybody, right? We're learning what you folks need. We've talked to some fleets. We have some other avenues that are helping us learn, but we want to be able to change this, tweak this over time to make it as absolutely helpful as possible to everybody. So the surveys are, we always ask people to submit a survey, but it's probably even more critical today than normal. So please do that. And as I said, just know that we are going to be holding these and making them as good as we can over time. All right. I think I probably have control. Is that right, Tommy?
Yep. I gave you, just need to click on the screen. There you go. You should be controlling.
There it is. Okay,
yes,
great.
Sir.
All right. As I said, we're not going to talk too much about regulations today, but in this presentation, I'm going to give you a little bit just so you have a little bit of background. First of all, why are we going to zero emission? I mean, California, as everyone knows, I think has some serious air quality issues. There's, greenhouse gas reduction goals, not only here in the state, but throughout the country and throughout the world. And here are some of the plans that we've developed over the years that guide us towards zero emission. Really, really briefly, just so you know, here's all of the regulations we've already adopted and those that we are working on for both zero and for combustion vehicles. And those on the top in the yellowish color, those are all the zero emission regulations we've adopted. Going to mention a couple of them in a minute, but you'll see it's not just trucks by any stretch of the imagination. And additionally, those diesel vehicles that are around, we are doing things such as our I&M regulation, the smog check for trucks, to make sure that they stay clean, our omnibus regulation that makes them even cleaner. So, we're working on both sides of the equation. Let's move on here. All right, I said that I'm going to mention a couple of the rules that we've adopted already. Not going to go into a lot of details. It's on the slides, but we started with transit fleets. That was our innovative clean transit regulation. We actually just had an update a couple of weeks ago, actually a week ago, to the board about how the transit agencies are doing. And most of the transit agencies that came and talked are doing well. And they're really bringing the technology online. It made sense to start with transit buses. They run a fixed route. They know where they're going to be going every day. They don't, in general, they don't travel a long distance. Some do, especially in rural areas. But again, they were perfect to start with to really get this technology out there on the ground. And one thing people need to know just about how they're meeting that challenge is not just with battery electric, but with hydrogen fuel cell as well. We'll talk about that technology throughout the day a little bit, and then in the next session a month or so from now. We then went to shuttle buses, really the same exact thing, right? Fixed route, definitely short distances here. Just made sense to start increasing the penetration into the fleets of zero-emission vehicles with airport shuttle buses. Lastly, the last thing that we've adopted at this point is our advanced clean truck regulation. If you don't know about it, it basically is a sales mandate that says in the case of advanced clean trucks, by 2035, as much as 75% of the vehicles, depending on what class of vehicle they are, sold in the state, new vehicles will have to be zero-emission vehicles. That's actually changing, or at least it's proposed to change in the Advanced Clean Fleet recommendation. But again, that is a sales requirement, and I think of that as kind of bookends. There's a sales requirement, and then what I'll talk about in just a moment, which is advanced clean fleets. Sales requirement drives the market. It is the supply side. The ACF regulation is the demand side. All right. It's not just California. That's really important to know. First of all, I just mentioned our ACT regulation. Those states in green, those are states that have adopted. Is it green? No, it's not green. Sorry. I need to look at my colors here, and I'm on a little teeny screen. Suffice it to know there are 5 other states that have adopted our advanced clean truck regulation. And when I say adopted, that means just like California, it is now legally enforceable in those states. They have adopted the same sales requirements that California has. The way the law works, we have to adopt something first, get a waiver, then other states can when it comes to mobile sources. But that's why they're now adopting our regulation. Additionally, there are at least 17 states. I think there's actually more now. Well, 17 states, DC and Quebec, that are part of a memorandum of understanding. That is not legally binding, but what it says is those states are also really, really encouraging the sales of zero emissions vehicles, heavy duty and medium vehicles, into the state as time goes on. They've actually come a long way with that. So it's not just that here's some lip service. They're really moving forward with that. All right. Just really briefly, are there trucks available? Yep, there are trucks available. And you're going to be hearing from a couple of manufacturers today. You'll be hearing from more as time goes on. But there are a number of trucks available. I know that trucks right now can be difficult to get, but that's the same with cars. It's just right now, it's the same with everything. The supply chain, from what I've heard, is starting to bounce back some, but it is an issue. We realize that. Again, just to let you know, here are some of the vehicles that are available in all classes, clear up through Class 8. And I know I have people ask me frequently, tell me where I can order them. Well, actually, I've talked to manufacturers, dealers specifically, where you can go in and order a truck. I'm not going to promote any specific dealer or any specific manufacturer, but I know from talking to them, you actually can go in and order a truck. I know it doesn't mean you're going to get it tomorrow. All right, I understand that. Let's see. Whoops, too far. Again, just really quickly, here's some that are available now commercially. Again, you're not going to get it tomorrow, but just to let you know, they are there. And I'm going to go back to that slide for just a moment. More and more and more of the really big manufacturers are joining some of those, such as Nikola, that were, really cutting edge, and Hyundai, even though they're a major manufacturer, they were, really early in the hydrogen market. As I mentioned, Nikola, and the really big manufacturers are really jumping in now. Volvo, Daimler, Peterbilt, everybody is jumping in. Hold on a sec here. Not going to go into that too much. Just this points out, there's one chassis that, you can often get in many configurations. That's not an unheard of thing. Advanced Clean Fleets overview, just really quickly, because I don't want to take too much time here. Basically, Advanced Clean Fleets does a couple of different things. If you have 50 or more vehicles, or your company has vehicles and makes $50 or million or more in gross annual revenue, then you could be subject to the regulation. Additionally, drayage trucks are subject to the regulation, and government fleets are subject to the regulations. So cities, counties, the state of California are all subject to it. In addition, vehicles that are under the common ownership and control of one of these priority fleets that, you know, have 50 or more vehicles or make 50 or more $1 million, those may be subject to the regulation as well. And again, I'm not going to go into details. There will be training classes on the regulation. I just want you to have an awareness of what's going on. All right. Lastly, for more information, and we are right now going to be taking the ACF regulation to our board in next month. There are places you can submit written comments. You can sit in, you can make comments at the board meeting, whatever you want to do. But as I said earlier, today's session is not a regulatory training. It's an awareness training, and I did want to make you aware of the different regulations and what we've done. Here's some other great sites. CalSTART, who you're going to be hearing from a few times today. They have some really wonderful sites. And like I said, here's a few places to go. So with that, I'm going to finish that presentation. Normally, I would have someone else doing the next presentation, but they are unavailable today. So you're going to have to listen to me give another fairly long presentation, but there's a lot of great information there. We're not going to take questions for the first 3 presentations because they are high level. They are meant, as I said earlier, to build an awareness, to get you used to the terms. And for time considerations alone, we're going to not have questions on those, but once we start diving into more detail about issues, that's when we'll be taking more questions. So you can start submitting questions if you want, but we won't be answering any until our 10:30 presentation and forum discussion. Okay. So Tommy, I think it'll be back to you to run those slides for me if you would.
Got it. Oh. Hold on just a sec here.
No worries. I'm flipping over to the presentation I'm about to talk about anyway.
Okay.
And like I said earlier too, this is our first one of these, so we're working on making this as good as we can as well. Just let me know when, Tommy.
Yes, sir. I am starting back up from the current slide. And let me reshare my screen.
It's hard to do in less than 15 minutes.
Let's see. I want to share. Let's do a new share. There it is. Just to reconfirm, Bruce, can you see my screen?
I can see yours, but you're going to run this one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, great.
So just give me audio cues when I need to advance, please.
I will do that, absolutely. Okay, and we are there.
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Tommy. And I'm going to repeat it probably frequently throughout today. This is to start bringing people up to speed on just things like terminology and concepts. We know it's very different to go, to have a zero-emission fleet than a diesel fleet. There are more things that you need to think about. There are things that you need to plan for. And we're trying to give people enough information that they understand that, as we move through today and the next session, we're not going to be able to plan things for your specific fleet, but we want to try and give you as much information as possible on what you need to do. So this will be pretty high level, but as I said, a lot of information, and we'll be diving into more. So next slide, please, Tommy. All right, perfect. Just a quick overview of what we're going to do. Going to talk a little bit about battery and electric and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. Again, just to get you used to what are these things? I mean, all right, a battery vehicle has a battery in it. I got that. But there's some other things that are important to know. We're going to talk about the benefits and some drawbacks, a little bit of both of those. again at a high level, and then we'll switch over to some project planning discussion. The types of things that you need to start thinking about, especially if you're going to be doing things like putting in your own infrastructure, or just planning what kind of vehicles you need. Next slide, please, Tommy. All right, so a battery electric vehicle, what is it? Obviously, as I said a moment ago, it's got a battery in it. You charge the battery up, and that is basically now, your engine, if you will. But so it runs on electricity. It has no tailpipe emissions. And important to know, as California's grid gets cleaner, which it is all the time, and we'll discuss that in the next session a month or so from now, we come closer and closer to complete zero emissions all the way across the board. But remember, one of the things really important to remember is, as I said, they use batteries as sole source of power for vehicle movement and auxiliary power such as heat and air. But one really, really nice thing about electric vehicles, both fuel cell and battery, if you're not moving, the only things that they're using power for are air and or heat. Which is relatively minor compared to the draw on the battery to drive the vehicle. If you're stopped, they're shut down. It's not like idling with a diesel vehicle where you're still using fuel. All right, so a BEV uses an electric motor instead of an engine, a battery pack instead of a fuel tank. Right? So they have to be plugged in to recharge regularly. Right? These vehicles are actually very, very efficient. Much more efficient than an internal combustion engine. This allows, you can compare, we won't get too deeply into this, but you can pretty easily compare using what's called a miles per gallon equivalent. You may have seen that, an MPGe. You can compare the efficiency of a diesel vehicle to that of an electric vehicle. Again, we're not going to go into any of that, but there are comparisons out there. Another common term that you're going to hear is per kilowatt hour, miles per kilowatt hour. I've asked people, and I didn't expect them to know the answer to the question I'm about to pose here. I didn't until a couple, 3 years ago. I've asked people, what does it mean when you read the specs on a vehicle and it says I have 100 kilowatt hour battery? What's that 100 kilowatt hour mean? And the answer I typically get is, I really don't know. And I didn't know until I got forced into this stuff. I've learned a lot. It's been exciting, but I didn't know that. What it is, it's really no different than the gallons of diesel in your tank. Gallons of diesel in your tank, kilowatt hours in your battery, same thing. If you know how many miles per kilowatt hour you're going to get, you look at how big your battery is, you can calculate how many miles you're going to get out of a full battery, just like if it was a diesel tank. You get 5 miles to the gallon out of that diesel. You have a 100-gallon tank. What are you going to get on 100 gallons? You're going to get, you're going to get 500 miles on it, right? So it's the same idea. Let's move to the next slide, Tony. Really quickly, that's just the platform of a battery electric vehicle. Not going to go into any details here, but you'll notice there's not a big engine anywhere. There's not a lot of things that you'll find on your diesel vehicle. Next slide, please, Tommy. Fairly quickly on charging, all right? Because that's going to be really important to you. Let's talk a little bit about it. As I mentioned before, a battery electric vehicle, you need to leave it plugged in to charge. The amount of time it takes to charge really depends on the power output of the charging station and the vehicle's ability to take a charge. I'm going to use a couple terms I haven't introduced yet, but it's a good time to at least throw these out here. Let's say you're at a 350 kilowatt charger. That's great. You might say, well, I can take 300. Again, I know you may not get all these conversions right now. Don't worry about it if you don't. But you can say, well, I can take 350 kilowatts of charging power into my battery. Maybe not. It depends on what the vehicle can take. A lot of vehicles may only be able to take 150 or 250 kilowatts. So even though you're on a really fast charger, you may be limited by what your vehicle can accept. That's really what you need to take away from this. They have really complex systems that allow them to charge, and it's based on a lot of factors. Temperature, battery capacity. As you get fuller on a battery, as your battery gets closer to 100% charged, it takes more time to charge it. That last 20% takes more time than, getting from 20 to 80. It's just the physics of batteries. But basically, the higher the station's output, the faster the charging. Okay? I also want to give you a quick overview of the different types of charging stations. You see a number of plugs on the slide. Don't worry about that. We just want to show you there are different technologies out there, but basically there's three types of chargers. There's a level 1 charger. That's what you would plug into your wall socket to charge your car at home. Very slow. It's about 1.5, certainly under 2 kilowatts per hour of charge. So it takes a long time. You have a 100 kilowatt battery. That'll take you 50 hours to charge it up. Like first you have a 20 kilowatt battery in a hybrid. It'd take you overnight. You basically fill that battery up. Level 2 charging is still something that's used often at home. That plugs into your 240, just like your oven runs off of, your air conditioner, it runs off of 240. That can run as fast as almost 20 kilowatts an hour. So that's pretty good for cars and even lighter duty trucks. Again, if you had a 100 kilowatt battery and you were charging it at 20 kilowatts an hour, well, 5 hours, really not 5 because there are inefficiencies, it'd be a little more, but maybe 6 hours or so, you'd fill that battery up, all right? So that's important to keep in mind as we move through this, because many of you may be thinking, I'm going to have to use these huge fast chargers. You may not need to. Lastly, we have what are called DC fast chargers. Those are the ones that do run up to 350, 500, 600, I believe is in the field now, kilowatts. There are even megawatt chargers with ranges over 1,000 kilowatts that are pretty close to getting out there right now. All right, next slide, Tony. What's a fuel cell electric truck? Again, not going to go through it too much, but you see a picture of it here. Fuel cell truck, it's not that different than a battery truck, except instead of charging the battery, you use hydrogen in a fuel cell to generate the electricity that then is fed into the battery. Again, zero tailpipe emissions, 2 to 4 times more efficient than a diesel. And the nice thing about these, maybe the biggest advantage, is battery can take a while to charge. These you pull into a hydrogen station, in 10 to 15 minutes, you filled up just like you would your diesel. You're on the road and off you go. All right, let's move to the next slide, Tommy. Just again, fuel cell platform. You'll see the little fuel cells in there. That's hydrogen tanks and a fuel cell in there. Really minimal, and they're a lot lighter weight than a battery. We know batteries have, are fairly heavy. Next slide, please, Tommy. Where to fuel? I don't expect you to go here and look now. Some of these may or may not be available for heavy duty vehicles, but just to give you an idea, there's some good information out there. Here's a link for this one. It's a Fed government site that gives you information on fueling stations where they are, both hydrogen and electric, right now throughout the country. All right, next slide, please, Tommy. So what are some comparisons here? And I've mentioned it a little bit, like a kilowatt hour is the same as the gallons of gas in your gallons of diesel in your tank. But just to give you an idea, when we talk about a fuel cell, it's just an engine. Hydrogen tanks and battery pack, again, that's your fuel tank. It's how much energy you've got to use up, how many gallons you have, how many kilowatt hours you have, how many kilograms of hydrogen. Okay? Electric drivetrain, same as your powertrain and transmission. Although there are those, I shouldn't say there are, electric vehicles use purpose-built electric drivetrains, much more efficient, just a kind of, better. It's much more efficient. It makes your vehicle, it takes advantage of the electricity to its full potential. Battery management system, batteries have to stay cool. All right, that's just like your radiator. So when you hear somebody talk about battery management system, just think, oh, that's what's keeping my batteries cool. You want your batteries to stay cool. One, they charge a lot faster. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next slide, please, Tommy. All right, here are some benefits of the two technologies. Excuse me. So first of all, I mentioned this earlier, higher fuel efficiency. I'm not going to sit and do the math for you right now, but trust me, I've done the math when it comes to cost and fuel efficiency. At least for electric right now, it's a lot cheaper to run hydrogen as the price comes down, which we think it will. There's a lot of money right now for hydrogen, what's called hydrogen hubs, which California is vying for one of those, and we'll probably get one. Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, they have a big hydrogen project that they're starting up. So hydrogen price, as demand goes up, just like with anything, supply is as supply goes up, price is going to go down. And with the price of diesel today, it's getting closer and closer to being competitive on the hydrogen side. So, as I said, more efficient. And with electric vehicles, frequent stopping and starting like you do around town is actually a good thing. You have regenerative braking. If you don't know what that is, basically your battery to drive the vehicle is using a little generator, a motor in that case, to drive you. As you brake, that motor turns into a generator, and it helps slow you down. Think of it kind of as at least my dad used to call it a Jake brake. I suppose that's still what it's called. It's basically using the compression in your engine to slow you down. Only in this case, you're using the resistance of that motor when you're slowing down to actually generate new electricity. That helps keep it that way, or keep it even more efficient and less expensive. We have something called the low carbon fuel standard. We will talk about that in a little more detail at the very end of the day. But basically, the low carbon fuel standard is a way, and we'll talk about it a little later in this presentation, but it is something that may provide you some funds just for using things like hydrogen, things like electricity. Go into it later. Something else that's a big plus to electric vehicles, the maintenance is far less on an electric vehicle. Right? Way fewer moving parts. You don't have hundreds to thousands of moving parts that you might in a conventional vehicle. Less parts to break down. You don't have engine oil. You don't have transmission oil. You don't have fluids to change. Very few. There are some, I believe. Power steering, I think, is one. I'm not even sure about that, to be honest. But much less maintenance to do. And the brakes last a lot longer because of this regenerative braking thing that I just mentioned, right? You're not using your brakes only to slow you down. You're using regenerative braking. And if you don't know, that's how trains, we're talking locomotives, that's their main source of slowing down, is this regenerative braking. It's not as much regenerative braking, but it's resistance of the electric drive motors. All right. I've driven a Class 6. It was really cool. I drove a Class 6 diesel years and years and years ago, did a little delivery, different world. You don't have emissions when you're idling. You don't have the vibrations. And it, for me, felt a lot safer because of this regenerative braking. You can stop a lot quicker, and it's just more comfortable. Again, you don't have the vibrations. Drivers tend to really like these once they get used to them. And last, battery costs of vehicles. And I know I'm talking about batteries a lot today because most of the vehicles out there are battery right now, but we see the same again, with hydrogen. Only again, it's not dependent on a battery, but battery costs are declining. Since 2010, battery costs have dropped by about 90%. I don't know where fuel cell cost is. The vehicle is still a little bit more than even battery. I don't know if they're declining, but as I said, we expect that the price of hydrogen will decline greatly. Next slide, please, Tommy. All right, here's some purchase considerations. Just going to go through them really quick. As everybody knows, I'm not going to try and hide it. They are more expensive to buy up front, although you'll be hearing about a lot of incentive programs, the low carbon fuel standard, things like that, that'll help defray a lot of that cost. But they are cheaper to run in the long run. They're really good for depot charging right now. And that is something that you need to think about as you charge, to have a place to charge them overnight. That's a big positive. I'm not going to run through all of these right now. Just know that there are things that you need to think about that we will be hearing more about over the next sessions, rest of today, and then the next session, that you really do need to think about. Like I said, with depot charging, can you depot charge? Electricity demand charge and management. I mean, how are you going to do that? You don't want to charge the vehicle when electricity is the most expensive. There are ways to manage that. Things that you're going to hear about as time goes on in these sessions. Fuel cells, they really hold a lot of promise. As I said earlier, fast fueling, but right now the stations are limited. And there's no range anxiety. Just like with your diesel, you pop in, you fill up. Battery electric, right now, many more choices. Widespread charging and getting wider all the time. I mean, more and more companies, especially in the heavy duty world, are jumping in. But they have a variable range. You need to think about that. You might get away with a 100 kilowatt hour battery pack rather than 150. That's going to save you a lot of money. So you need to think about, what do I actually need? We're going to talk about that a little bit in just a moment here, again, at a high level. Next slide, please, Tommy. All right, how to get started with zero emissions. We're going to talk about that a little bit more on the vehicle side. Tommy, next slide. As I said a minute ago, it's not like a diesel. We get that. It's harder. Yeah, I shouldn't say harder. You have to plan for more things you need to consider, especially as this is new, and especially if you're going to be putting in your own charging infrastructure. All right. So first of all, it requires some pre-planning. But if you ask a lot of these questions up front, you can streamline that process. You can save money, and you can avoid a lot of headaches. And upfront is the key here, especially if you have some compliance deadlines coming up. The sooner you start, the better, especially when it comes to like your utility. But in your planning process, budgeting, looking at what you need for vehicles and so forth, start as early as you can. A lot of this next section is built on lessons that we've learned from all the various demos and pilot projects that CARB incentive funding has paid for, and that's a lot. And we've learned a lot of information. We've learned it. The fleets that have taken advantage of the funding have really put a lot of work into it. And so those lessons, some of them were learned the hard way. Hopefully you won't have to learn them the hard way because of all that pre-work. So some of the initial questions, though, that you might want to ask: how far do you typically drive? Are you doing local deliveries and trips? Maybe 50 to 150 miles a day. And again, I'm just trying to give you some concepts here. Oh, I got to think about that, because that's all going to impact the vehicles that you buy, how you phase them into your fleet, what kind of charging that you need. It does take some planning. When do you have the downtime for the vehicle? Like, I mentioned depot charging earlier. Can you depot charge the vehicle? Can you opportunity charge? That's when you just pull in for some period of time, for an extended amount of time. How much opportunity charging? And again, you're going to hear about all this stuff as we go on, but how much opportunity charging will you need to take advantage of? Depot charging, opportunity charging, two really important terms to think about and remember, so that when you hear them as we go on, it'll start to click if you don't know about those. Is the vehicle coming back to the yard or depot after every shift? Again, depot charging, very important there. Does it get right back on the road when the next shift? Those are things that you have to consider in the vehicle. In the types of vehicle that you're going to purchase and the types of infrastructure that you may need. Let's see. Briefly, I want to talk about some of the other things that you might need to consider. And as I said, we'll go through these a little more detail later, and then more as these sessions go on. But briefly, what are your deployment lead times? Months or longer. How much time do you need to plan to get these on the road? Do you have facility upgrades that you need to make to get enough power? Can you anticipate adding more vehicles in the future? That's really important here. Okay? Because if you're putting in your own infrastructure, if you just put in a little bit right now, you might have to tear up concrete and do all kinds of things. Well, if you know you're going to put in more in 5 years, it may be really worthwhile to just tear that concrete up once, tear that parking lot up once, because it's a lot cheaper if you just do it once, right? So thinking about what the future plans to future-proof, that's really important. Look at your utilities websites and engage with them early. As I said a minute ago, one of our mantras with all of this: start early, start early, start early, especially with utilities. Next slide, please, Tommy. All right. What are some of the needs of your fleet? So why are you going zero emission? Maybe your fleet has some corporate I can't say that word today, sustainability goals. A lot of corporations do. This may be fitting into that, and that may impact when and how you electrify. You recognize there's new technology on the way, and you want to get a demonstration so you can start figuring everything out. Especially as you get closer to compliance deadlines, funding may not be as available for you. So you might want to jump on it right away. Is your fleet growing in the next few years? As I just mentioned, the kind of thing to take into consideration as you plan. What are my fleet's needs? And as many of you know, the final deadline for truck and bus is coming up. So if you have some of those vehicles that are going to have to get off the road, maybe you want to start looking at electrifying some of them now, especially if you know you're going to be subject to the advanced clean fleet regulation. Right? Some other questions. What are your operational goals? Leads to some details. This will lead to some detailed planning. Like, okay, how am I really going to integrate these vehicles into my operations and dispatch? At first, maybe you have some vehicles with lower mileage capability. Well, those are the ones that you're going to use on more local routes. Right? Are your drivers minimally trained? Training is important with electric vehicles to get the most efficiency out of them. Driving them the right way is you can drive them any way you want, but if you really want to get them the efficiency and the full benefit of them being a much more efficient vehicle, your driver should be trained. Do you have maintenance staff that have just some basic troubleshooting training? Just being able to swap out a basic fuse can be the difference between something you can do quick on site, or your truck being in the shop and waiting for a manufacturer's mechanic to come out. And by the way, there are more and more training programs starting up for folks like technicians. Technicians in this case being basically the equivalent of a mechanic, infrastructure installers, and so forth. So that's a big job market for folks out there, and there'll be more and more available to you as that happens. A lot of community colleges are actually gearing up and leveraging that existing training program that they have for these new technologies. Finally, last thing on this slide, one thing that we found is that a lot of those early demonstration fleets I mentioned earlier, that we've had incentive funding for, a lot of those have sorry, lost my train of thought here. A lot of those have realized that they were growing faster than they thought they would, and are going to add more zero-emission vehicles than they thought they would quicker. So pre-planning, as I said, really, really important. Mentioned a moment ago, it's trenching in your truck yard is expensive, but if you do it once, you have a little more trenching, but all of that prep work, everything that needs to be done just to start, all the planning, that's already done. You don't have to do it all twice. Plus, you might find out that you've got some on-site utility upgrades that if you did it at one time, it's cheaper than doing it over and over. All right, next slide, please, Tommy. All right, so Again, there's planning involved. I know you've heard me say that a bunch of times, but I'll probably continue to say it because it's critical. And you really need a team. And, also know that right now, I'm assuming that most of the folks on this call are the larger fleets. Smaller fleets, a lot of this information is going to be helpful to you too. But we know that a lot of the smaller fleets are going to need, public charging availability. There's more and more of that coming along. But many of the things that we talk about, like planning your routes, things like that, are still very applicable to you, even if you don't think you can have your own charging infrastructure. And we're not talking about infrastructure today, but you're going to find out there may be ways that you don't even realize where you could actually have your own infrastructure available to you, even if you're a small fleet. But you need to build a team, and it's really, really critical that you have a cross-functional team for success, again, especially of these big projects. You're going to run into roadblocks and challenges. So having a dedicated team with the buy-in that are kind of excited about this technology will be the best way to move forward. And there are a lot of folks in fleets that are really interested in this. That internal champion, that's someone that's interested. If you have that, that's a great person to kind of head up the team, tap into them. Some common team participants, your fleet managers, the executive, the owner, your electric utility, definitely part of your team, dealer, vehicle manufacturer, the charger manufacturers or installers, if you're putting chargers in, maybe a design and engineering firm or a consulting firm, again, especially if it's a big project. I know that that's not cheap, but you'll find them invaluable. You'll be hearing more about that, probably not today, but in the next session that we have a month or so from now. And any permitting agencies that you need to talk to. Next slide, please, Tommy. And we're getting there, I promise. As I said, a lot of information. I hope you're not trying to write everything down. It's just so you start hearing these terms, thinking about them, jot down just the most basic terms so that you're familiar with them. All right. Utility, I've mentioned a number of times. Really important that you contact them right up front. Maybe you're one of the very first people that you need to contact, right? And I want to stress this again, contact them early, because talking to their staff at the onset of the planning process is critical. They can let you know what kind of things you need to think about, what kind of understanding of the build-out requirements, cost development timelines, rates and demand charges. That may be one you don't even get right now. That's really critical to help you maximize your cost to benefit ratio. And incentives for infrastructure. A lot of the utilities have incentives. The big IOUs, IOUs being really PG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, and SoCal Electric, have some funding that may help you as you put in infrastructure. So some utility considerations: evaluate the existing infrastructure. How much power do you have already, and what are your needs going to be? And the utility can help you with that. Now, again, they can tell you how much power you have, relatively accessible already. The grid can vary from location to location. I know a company that I heard talk recently. They were putting in about 7 or 8 megawatts of charging at their facility. They were talking to the utility. Utility said, we can give you 7 megawatts right now. What they didn't ask is, well, could you give me 12? They didn't need 12, but the answer might be, we can't give you 12 right now. We need to put in maybe even a new substation. Who knows? There are things like that to consider. But talk to them early, often. You can learn a lot, and they will give you a lot of help moving forward. Let's go on to the next slide, Tommy. All right, choosing a vehicle. And I am getting short on my time, so I hope I don't have to skip over these too much. But as I said, we're going to talk about all these things in much more detail as time goes on. This is just to get you used to some stuff. But a lot of manufacturers, as I said earlier, a lot of the big manufacturers, most of them now, have zero-emission models, and more on the way. So you can check with your regular dealer, or you can startups, because they're not startups. They're companies like BYD, like Nikola, that have been around for a while. They're building a track record to some degree or another. They're just not the ones that you may be used to. But there's some great vehicles out there on all counts, on the manufacturers that have been around forever, and on those newer manufacturers that have really been on the cutting edge. A lot of those manufacturers will help you do things like modeling your fleet. You probably should model the typical routes of a vehicle. All right, we'll talk a little bit about route planning at some later time, but you really should start looking at that, because that'll tell you that where you can start moving vehicles into your fleet the most efficiently, the most effectively. Right. And as I said, there are free calculators online. The utilities may be able to help you. Obviously, consulting firms and so forth will help you. But this ensures that there's enough range each day for the vehicles that you have, that you're using them most efficiently. And things like range are growing all the time. I mean, we're up to 500 and 600 kilowatt hour battery packs now. They're not common yet, but even in most manufacturers will offer a 200 to 250 kilowatt hour battery pack. That'll get you somewhere around 100 to 150 miles of range. There's some great resources out there. There's a couple here. One from one of our partners, CalStart. They are a great organization. They do a lot of work for a number of state agencies. They have a lot of great information. Our HVIP program, HVIP, they also help with that. They administer that, but CARB oversees that as well. Great information there on the types of vehicles that are out there. I'd go there and check those websites out. Next slide, please, Tommy. All right, I mentioned HVIP. Want to just touch on a couple of funding programs. This is probably the biggest zero-emission technology funding program out there right now. And this is for vehicles. One of the things you'll hear about, I think, later today, and you should be really aware of it, I mentioned utilities have some incentive programs for infrastructure. The California Energy Commission also has incentive programs for infrastructure. And we don't even know for sure what's coming down from the federal government in the last two huge bills that have passed, the Job Acts and the Inflation Reduction Act. There's a lot of money for these type of things there. All right. But here's the HVIP website. As I said, there, and next slide, please, Tommy. Here, the ZETI tool. Both of them have a lot of really good information about the types of vehicles that are out there, a little bit about some pluses and minuses, but this will really help you just to get an idea of, this might be a vehicle that works for me. So as I've been saying, just to get you used to this stuff, you'll be hearing more about it, but these are tools that you're probably going to want to keep in your tool belt. All right, next slide, Tommy. All right. Infrastructure needs. Sorry. A lot of things to think about. Your needs are going to vary. Depends on your fleet size, depends on the technology and the charging equipment you're using. The costs vary quite a bit. There may be utility upgrades. In many cases, the utilities have to pay for those upgrades on their side. Transformers, possibly, even new stations. Questions to think about. Where are you going to charge? How does it fit into your site use patterns? As I mentioned earlier, are you coming back to the same place every night? Maybe, depot charging is a great option. And maybe you can use slower chargers to depot charge overnight. Right? That all can save you money. Slower chargers, smaller batteries, less expensive. Right? Permitting, local building departments, you may need to talk to them. What kind of charging is out there? There's a lot of terms. I'm going to mention smart charging, charge management right now. Not going to go into them for the interest of time, but remember those terms, smart charging and charge management. They're really going to be important to help you do this the most efficiently, as efficiently as possible. Do this being charge your vehicle. All right, next slide, Tommy. All right, timelines. I'm not going to talk about them too much, but do be aware. That's why you need to start planning. You'll see on that slide, it says development and construction, 6 to 48 months. I know 48 sounds like crazy, right? That's if there's a new substation that needs to go in, just a lot of utility upgrades. What I've heard from a lot of the fleets, in fact, many fleets, large projects, about 18 months. So you really need, if you think you're going to need to go electric 2 years from now, you should be starting the process right now. How about the next slide, Tommy? Again, interest of time, I won't go into it too much here. You can take a look. You have the slides, but here's a cost comparison. You will see that the upfront cost, as I mentioned, is more expensive. But as you go on, the costs decrease a lot. You'll see here, conventional diesel, net vehicle cost, residual value is about $60,000. Fuel cost over that 12-year period, over $110,000. Maintenance, almost $100,000. Other costs, $10,000 or $11,000. Total over 12 years, $275,000. Battery electric vehicle, right? Initial net cost, and we're including, incentives and so forth in here, I believe. But the initial net cost and residual is about $92,000, right? I know that the upfront costs a lot more than that, but again, there are things that get that cost down. Fuel costs, that same period, it was all over $100,000 for the diesel vehicle. It's less than $3,000 here for electricity. Maintenance, about $70,000 instead of over 90. Other costs, about $12,000. Infrastructure, about $24,000. 12-year time period cost, $202,000. $75,000 cheaper than the diesel vehicle. All right, let's move on to the next slide, Tommy. Costs and financing. How we finance this infrastructure, the vehicle and the infrastructure. Are you going to be able to use incentives, HVIP, VW funds, Moyer? We'll talk about those more later. This LCFS, low carbon fuel standard, that comes into play. Again, talk about that later. There are ongoing savings that you're going to have, and you can find rate calculators. Again, I believe that a number of the utilities have rate calculators. Go to your utility, whether you be in SMUD, where I am in Sacramento, or SoCal Edison down in Southern California, or LADWP. A lot of them have information, especially those big independent investor-owned utilities such as SoCal Edison, PG&E, and San Diego Gas and Electric. All right, let's move on, Tommy. Quick guide summary. We've mentioned a lot of these things. This just summarizes it nicely. All right, get your team together. Identify your vehicles. What are you going to do at your yard? What do you need to do to put charging infrastructure in? Can you do it at that yard? Are there other ways to do it? Plans for fueling, deployment, phasing in the vehicles, and rebates, incentive fundings, right? Engineering designs and costs. Again, things that you have to think about. Permitting, build out of infrastructure. You're matching the truck delivery and the charger sign off. Okay, you buy trucks today and the manufacturer says we'll get them to you in a year or 7 months, but the infrastructure is going to take you 18 months to put in. What are those trucks going to do for all that time, right? You got to think about the timing of those things and ensure driver and maintenance staff training. All right, next slide, Tommy. And that is it. Thank you very much. I know there was a lot of information there. I know we had to run through it pretty quickly, but you will hear all those terms more as we move through this. Hopefully this was a good beginning. I think I said at the very beginning of this, we're building up from the very basic up to more detailed information that will help you out. And with that, we have another presentation. We're not taking questions until for this presentation or the one that's following this. There'll be a discussion panel right after this next presentation. We'll be taking questions during that, or we'll be answering questions, I should say, at least as we can. Probably a lot of questions. I haven't had a chance to look, but we may not be able to get to all of them. And of course, we're only going to be answering, if you want to know about the regulation, we're not going to answer that question today. There's regulatory trainings out there for that. If you want to, give us a comment about The Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation. There have been workshops for that. There's a process right now. You can provide written comments. You can testify at the board hearing. And you can find out that information at websites that we'll be dropping links to. All right. Many of you already know about that process, but we're not going to be answering. We never get to all of the questions. But I do want to make you aware that these first two, we're not at this presentation that I just gave and the following one, we're not going to start answering questions, because as we move through the various sessions, you'll be getting answers to those questions and you'll be able to ask more of those at that time. But we don't want to answer them twice. It's very time consuming and there's a lot of information. So with that all said, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tom Brotherton. Tom works for CalStart. Excuse me. You've heard me talk about CalStart a few times in here. As I have mentioned once, they administer our HVIP program, which is very, very, it's the biggest zero-emission vehicle funding program out there. And they also administer some other programs, and you'll be hearing about some of those again later today. But CalStart has great experience. They have a lot of good tools on their websites. And with that, Tom, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Bruce. So over the next 20, 30 minutes or so, what I'll do is run you through some of the vehicles that are on the market today. So we're really going to focus on trucks specifically that are commercially available today. And what I'm going to show you, the pictures I use are all vehicles that are in HVIP. And just to run through some of the categories we're going to look through, these are the categories in HVIP. I'm just going to go through trucks today, but I want you to know that in addition to the trucks I show you, if you happen to be interested in buses, we have heavy-duty transit buses, we have school buses, and we have shuttle buses that are all in HVIP. We're really going to focus on trucks today. And I'm only going to focus today on zero-emission trucks. We also have up there in the upper left-hand corner, EPTO. Those are electric power takeoff, and it's actually a conventional diesel utility truck, but it's got a zero-emission boom or other operational device on the back of the truck. So a utility company can pull up to a down power line, operate that boom all day long, zero emission, just uses battery power. So you don't have an idling engine. Anyway, just want to let you know those are available. Really what we're going to cover today are trucks, zero emission trucks. Okay, next slide, please. And we're going to start from the smaller end and work our way up to the heavier vehicles. So these are class 2B vehicles. 2B is 8501 to 10,000 GVWR. That's the lightest end of what we consider to be trucks today. These are both Ford products, the T350, also known as the E-Transit. And that very same cab chassis can have, it can be ordered as a strip vehicle where you put your own body on the back. It could be ordered as a cargo van, could be ordered as a passenger van. Now, this particular vehicle has 68 kilowatt hours. Remember, Bruce told you about the number of kilowatt hours, the battery pack that go on there. In this particular relatively lighter vehicle, that 68 kilowatt hour pack will get you somewhere around 110 to 125 miles of range, depending on what kind of body you put on it. These are also the most cost-effective vehicles. They're the least expensive vehicles in the market. They have smaller battery packs because it's a more efficient vehicle, and they only need to go typically shorter distances. These are not necessarily trucks that are going to be moving, certainly not cross-country, even not necessarily across the state. They tend to be used locally. So these are in HVIP. They get a $7,500 voucher, but that covers a big chunk of the incremental cost. There's also a tax credit, federal tax credit that'll be available. So as I mentioned, these are really the entry point of zero emission trucks, and they are the most cost effective. Next slide, please. Okay, these are refuse trucks. So these are pretty new in the market. And you'll see here a whole bunch of different pictures. This is pretty exciting. There really were not many of these choices on the market even a couple of years ago. And now you'll see that these, if you can read carefully enough, you'll see some of the real major names in the marketplace, all of whom have introduced zero-emission refuse trucks. Now, these are all class 6 to 8, so that's really on the heavier end of the spectrum of trucks. They typically have about 200 to 400 kilowatt hours of battery pack. That's because these are not as efficient as those smaller trucks. It's a big, heavy truck. The way a refuse truck is typically ordered is it comes out of, say, the factory of the truck OEM as a strip chassis. You'll see in the middle and right of your picture there a couple examples of that strip chassis. And then typically what happens is a refuse company will put a body on the back of their own choosing. So oftentimes a collection vehicle, depending on the nature of that, it might have a rear load or a side load or sometimes a front load. All of those different bodies can go on that strip chassis, and that refuse company ends up with the particular build out that they want. There are also a couple smaller versions. If you look in that upper left-hand side, those are for more tightly constricted, maybe urban areas where you're driving down maybe even an alley, trying to get at some refuse. And those can then feed a larger truck, but those are probably a class 6 example there in the upper left-hand corner. Okay, let's move to our next slide. Step and panel vans. So step and panel vans are typically in the range of class 3 to class 6. You'll see a pretty broad spectrum of available battery sizes here. Some at the smaller end of the spectrum, maybe 40 kilowatt hour, and then up to 200 or a little more than 200 kilowatt hours. We start to get into some ranges here where the manufacturers actually give the customer a choice in the battery size. So going back to how batteries are built, so you start with a cell, and honestly, think of just like a C cell battery. And then those cells are put into modules, which are a number of cells built together in a physical constraint. And then a number of modules go into a battery pack. And battery pack in the context of a vehicle is pretty big. So at that small end of the spectrum, 40 kilowatt hours, that might be a single battery pack. And then you could get 40, 80, 120. So you can see there are multiples of these battery pack sizes that can be placed into a vehicle depending on the range of that customer's needs. And this is important to note. The battery pack really is the single most expensive element of that electric driveline. So it doesn't make sense to get more battery pack than you really need for your particular application. So if you're not going to drive that many miles, there's no need to get the largest battery size available. You're going to be spending tens and many tens of extra thousands of dollars that may not be needed. So you could go to some of those smaller sizes. By the same token, if you really do need more daily range, well, then you should get extra batteries put into that vehicle, extra battery pack sizes. And as I said, between 40 and 200, you could go up to that upper range. So really, every one of these vehicles can have almost a custom designed range, depending on how long you really need to drive. You'll see here a number of different manufacturers, different options. Once again, step and panel vans, and these are all in HVIP. So important to note, every picture that I'm showing you today is a vehicle that's in HVIP today. Next slide, please. All right, straight trucks. Now we're moving up a little heavier yet. These are typically in the range of class 4 to class 8. Once again, a pretty broad range of battery pack sizes, probably 60 kilowatt hours on the low end, 450 kilowatt hours on the high end. Don't forget, we're getting from class 6 to class 8. So on that heavier range, if it's a class 8 truck and it's doing, say, more of a regional delivery, not just local, you may need that 450 kilowatt hours of battery pack. But on the light side, if it was a class 6 truck and it was really just local, it might be a smaller one. Once again, looking through some of the pictures here, you'll see a broad portfolio of options. We do have some strip cab chassis shown here, some with all kinds of different boxes on the back, stake trucks, And honestly, we've seen some interesting, we've seen things like a tow truck where they actually use a flatbed and pull a vehicle up on the back. So when it comes as a strip chassis, you could put any kind of body you want on the back. Often a box truck is one of the more common variants that we'll see. Once again, these are an HVIP. And by the way, later today, we'll get into more detail of just what HVIP is and how it works. Just want you to understand that these are all examples in HVIP. So when you see that presentation later today, you'll remember these are the types of trucks that are available through HVIP. Okay, next slide. Tractors. So this is the high end of the vehicle catalog. And these are all Class 8 trucks. So these are, you would normally tow a trailer behind it. So this is the tractor end, the front end of a tractor trailer. Here we see, say, 400 to 800 kilowatt hours of battery pack. So this is really where the numbers get much higher. And part of that is that some of these tractors can drive some pretty long distances. You don't see Tesla on here. They're not on the market quite yet. They're doing some pilots, but they've expressed an interest of some really long range trucks that might be able to drive, say, 500 miles between charging. These trucks have some more moderately sized battery packs within the context of tractor trailers, but you could get, say, up to 300 miles, certainly, from some of these offerings. Also, hydrogen. We're starting to see the introduction of hydrogen trucks. That blue truck in the middle on the bottom, that is a hydrogen truck. So these are hydrogen fuel cells. They don't have a battery pack, but they have hydrogen storage tanks and a hydrogen fuel cell, which produces electricity. So they're all electric vehicles. It's just a question of whether you're using a battery to produce that, to provide that electricity to the driveline, or a hydrogen fuel cell with a hydrogen storage tank, which once again produces electricity, which is then used to drive what's really essentially the same driveline, just a different energy source. So the hydrogen fuel cell trucks are relatively new to HVIP, but they are starting to appear in HVIP. So if you're interested in hydrogen fuel cells, yes, there are already eligible vehicles and more to come within HVIP. But this is really the top of the range here. These trucks are certainly more expensive. If we go back to price, where we started with the Class 2B, those could be only $10,000 more than a gasoline equivalent truck. When we get up to these Class 8 trucks, certainly you're looking at a couple $100,000 as an incremental cost, and possibly more if you have even larger battery sizes that you're looking at. So there's quite a broad range in price. As Bruce mentioned, there are some offsetting costs, certainly, especially the more you drive with a more efficient driveline, well, that's more money you're going to save compared to the conventional fuel choices. So between HVIP and other incentive projects to reduce the upfront cost, and certainly the less expensive operating cost, as well as less expensive maintenance over the course of the lifetime of that vehicle, you could actually see at some point we cross over and see lower over total operating cost over the life of that vehicle compared to the conventional counterparts. So that's it for the truck portfolio. But if you're interested in things like shuttle buses, school buses, transit buses, just know that they are all part of HVIP. We're not going to walk through some of those vehicle categories today. And later in the program, you will hear on the details of how to actually access these incentives. We do have funding available today in HVIP. So this isn't something you have to wait around to request. It's available today. We have truck dealers who are already registered in HVIP. They can secure an incentive for you today if you're interested in placing an order for one of these trucks. So pitch it back to you. Thank you.
All right, Tom, thank you so very much. That was fantastic. And you finished like 15 minutes early, so maybe we can take a few minutes on the next. Yeah, even double good, Tom.
Yeah.
And thank you, Tom, for that overview. I do want to repeat, and we have gotten some questions regarding HVIP funding and is it applicable to this type of vehicle or how can we get it? As he did say, we are having a funding specific session, which is the last session of the day. And so we're saving those questions up. We will talk about them then. We'll ask the panelists at that point. So please don't think that we're ignoring those questions. We saw them and they're great questions, but in the interest of time, and I hadn't asked Tom to answer any questions. So we will do that though later in the day.
Okay.
So, Tony,
I'm reading one I can answer right now, which
go
is,
for it.
what
If
are
you
some
want
of the
to, we've
names
got
of these
time.
trucks?
Go for it, Tom.
So on the slide we're looking at now, these are all tractors. You've got a Lion, Freightliner, BYD, Kenworth, going down Nikola, Volvo, Peterbilt, High Lion, and I'm squinting. Can't quite make out that last one on the left, but we have almost every major manufacturer available who makes just Class 8 general trucks in general. They all are now getting into this market. So it really is amazing compared to just a few years ago when they were largely some of the pioneers of electric trucks who were some of the first companies who made some conversions or some of the smaller companies. But now we really do have the major truck OEMs who you're familiar with out on the road today, all producing these Class 8 trucks. So that really is an exciting change that's just happened in the last few years.
Thank you, Tom. And Tom, and you're right. We do have a couple minutes, and if you're prepared to answer a couple of questions, we have a short break anyway at 10:30. Danny Lehman asked whether or not Ford Lightnings, which are 8550 GVWR, if they are if HVIP is available for those.
So no, the Lightning, even though it's a Class 2B, CARB tends to put a specific vehicle in either what's considered a commercial truck incentive project or CVRP, which is the consumer version of an incentive project. And pickup trucks just categorically have been placed in CVRP. So there are incentives available for electric pickup trucks, but they're over in the consumer program. Now, I know that they're businesses have to say, wait a minute, I'm going to use this truck for a commercial use. How come it's not an HVIP? It's really that I think CARB has decided we just want it in one or the other. Is it predominantly, are pickup trucks predominantly used for consumer use or for commercial use? And in the case of a pickup truck, there are probably more that are registered with consumers than with companies. So CARB has placed pickup trucks categorically over in CVRP. So you're not going to see the Ford Lightning in HVIP.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay, and because we have a little time, there is one other question I'm going to answer here. There's more questions, but they will be really good ones to ask during the session that we'll be talking specifically about them. Cost of vehicles, we'll ask the manufacturers about that. Weight of Class 8 trucks, again, we'll ask the manufacturers. I am going to just briefly mention when range is specified on battery, electric, and hydrogen trucks, is that range with or without fully loaded trailer? I'm not sure about hydrogen, although I would suspect the same, but on electric vehicles, at least on Class 8 electric vehicles, from what I've seen, that typically is the case. I would just say this. I don't want to say what manufacturers might be putting on their site because you're the ones that are going out and seeing it. But a fully loaded tractor trailer is on flat ground. I mean, obviously, just like with your fuel mileage, if you're going uphill from Sacramento to Tahoe, in my case, I get a lot fewer miles per gallon in my car than when I'm coming back down. But you're probably looking at about half a mile, 0.6, 0.7, maybe, certainly less than a mile per kilowatt hour for a fully loaded Class 8 truck, fully loaded trailer. So that is something you always have to keep in mind. I'm not sure with Class 6s. We can even ask that of our manufacturer. We have a manufacturer later that does Class 4 trucks. A little lighter, so it might not be applicable, but we can certainly ask them. So anyway, with that, Tommy, can we maybe we'll have a 20-minute break here, because we are going to start back up at 10:40, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so. We're at 10:20 right now.
Okay. I don't want to answer too many of these other questions because they will, like I said, the people that are on our panels, I'm not even going to say manufacturers, but the people that are on our panels will probably be best equipped to answer them. And that's what we want. We want those people that are actually doing this stuff to be giving you the information. All right. So with that, maybe we can go into a break. Again, just, quickly, when I get the opportunity, I will throw this out there. Today we are really looking at trying to provide information from people that are experts in the field, whether they be fleets or manufacturers of vehicles or charging infrastructure or installers, whatever the case is. We are, trying to provide information from those experts that'll really help you guys. This isn't a training on the rule. There are regulatory trainings. You can visit our CARB web stop that I'm sure we can, truck stop website that I'm sure we can drop in. It'll give you a little more information about our trainings and so forth. You may want to look at that. The regulatory issues. We are right now just less than a month away from our board hearing to hear advanced clean fleets. We're taking written comments and testimony at the board hearing. Today is really about helping folks with information. And one last thing I did, for those that maybe have joined later, that I did want to make sure people know is that today's information is not meant to be the last bit of information. There's so much to talk to people about and so much to try and help you with. Today is only focusing on, the morning was focusing more on building just kind of some basic terminology and concepts. We're now going to have a discussion that dives a little deeper into, here's the types of things you want to think about as you go to zero emission. Then in the afternoon, we're going to have a discussion panel that talks about vehicles specifically, what kind of things you need to do or need to think about as you select vehicles. And then we're going to have an incentive panel. We've gotten a lot of great questions so far. We've been able to answer a few. Most of them we're saving until the appropriate session today. And some of them may not be really applicable to one of today's sessions. And we'll probably have a limited amount of time and may not be able to answer some of those questions. But again, about a month from now, we'll have another session where we dive into other things, such as working with utilities, such as charging infrastructure, things like that. All right. So with that said, I am going to kick off our next panel. The moderator for that panel is Miss Nikki O'Cook. She, like Tom Brotherton, who gave the last presentation, also works for CalSTART. CalSTART is really a great organization. They do a lot of work with us and with the California Energy Commission, as well as companies and other entities, but they oversee some of our incentives. They have a broad knowledge of vehicles, what's out there, and obviously the incentive programs. As part of that panel and presenters, we are going to have a short presentation to start this panel off. As part of that panel, though, we have a couple of gentlemen from Prologis. If you don't know who Prologis is, I'm sure they'll have an introduction as to what the company does, but both of them have years of experience in this kind of work, and they will have a discussion moderated by Nikki, and with Nikki participated, I'm sure, about the types of things you need to think about as you move to zero emission. First of all, there's Henrik Holland. Whoops, I just lost my screen here. He is an industry executive with about 20 years of experience in international business, corporate development, general management, operations, engineering, and so forth. His knowledge and leadership couples electric mobility, renewable energy expertise, and with a passion for building high-performance teams and delivering industry impact. Henrik is the global head of Prologis Mobility. Along with Henrik, we will have JT Steenkamp. He is the director, projects and technology for Prologis Mobility. He leads their transportation decarbonization projects, has nearly 2 decades of experience with management, and 10 years with Shell in their new energies domain. So again, we've got a couple of people with a great deal of experience in this field. And having said that, I am going to turn it over to Nikki, who actually, should we go to you, Nikki? I'm sorry, or Henrik, JT, will we go straight? I think we'll go straight to your presentations, Henrik and or JT, and then Nikki can come in as the moderator.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
JT, real quick, you want to share screen or do you want to run from my deck? And you're muted, JT, sorry.
We can run from your deck, that's fine.
Okay, very good. And you want me to give you remote control to you, JT?
We're gonna do work both in tandem. So Henrik is up first.
Okay, so you just want to give me an audio cue when you want to advance then?
Yeah, we can do that.
Awesome, very good.
All right, well, thank you so much, Bruce, for that wonderful introduction. And hello, good morning, everybody. As Bruce mentioned, my name is Henrik Holland. I am the global head of Prologis Mobility. I'm based in Los Angeles and have been with Prologis for a little over a year. I spent about 2 decades in energy, developing and building all kinds of energy projects. Over the last decade or so, I've been in technology investing and renewables technology investing and distributed energy and EV project development and operations. So it's a real pleasure to be here today. What we really wanted to try and do today is give you a sense of, how JT, myself, at Prologis, how we've been looking at the challenges of logistics, EV fleet electrification. There's a lot happening in the industry. We're really in kind of an unprecedented time as it comes to technology transformation, regulatory pressures, but at the same time, seeing a lot of really great opportunity to harness new technology on the cost side and the operation side as it comes to EV. So there's these 2 things. There's the regulatory kind of aspects and some of the sticks, as well as the carrots and the benefits of EV, on the economics as well as sustainability side. And we wanted to give you a sense of, okay, how are we thinking about bringing those 2 together? There's a little noise on the line, so if those not speaking wouldn't mind muting, that would be fantastic. Thank you. And we wanted to give you a sense of what it really takes to bring in a project to life. And, this new world can kind of look kind of scary, and we want to take some of that out of it, because these projects, there's ways to do them effectively in a way that is not super scary. So that's what we wanted to talk about today. So before I go into that, maybe the next slide, please. Just a brief overview of Prologis, what really we do. I hope you will have heard of us. Prologis is the largest logistics real estate company in the world. Logistics real estate is a fancy way of saying warehouses and truck drop lots, trailer drop lots. That's all we do. We have about 1 billion square foot of assets under management. That translates to, think about, 3,500 or so, 4,000 buildings in the US. Think about 900 facilities in California. So in Southern California, Edison's territory alone, we have about 550 warehouses, excluding the truck drop lot. So a huge amount of logistics real estate. And really the reason for us to focus on mobility as Prologis is because of the challenges that we see, challenges and opportunities that we see in this transition. So our mission really is to help our customers with that transition to zero emissions vehicles. We are already, that's an interesting fact perhaps, the third largest operator of rooftop solar. Warehouses have a lot of roof space, so we're very heavily investing in that as well. Sustainability is really a passion, not just of JT and myself, but at the team here at Prologis. We just announced a net zero ambition by 2040 as well. So over the next few years, you'll see us heavily invest in a sustainability drive across the portfolio. All right, if I can go to the next slide. Where we are in our mobility journey with our customers is that, we started this effort about a year and a half ago. So we've been developing projects for a little over a year and are seeing a number of first projects come to life. So this is a picture of a project deployment in Santa Fe Springs. You kind of have to look at the detail a little bit, but what you see there on the ground are about, I think it's about 14 or 15 trucks that are there. Those are Volvo VNR electric trucks at a project where we installed, it's about 1.5 megawatts of charging capacity. So this is one of our first projects where we're helping a customer with this transition and made it really easy for them, right? So this customer is enjoying the benefits of charging operations. They don't have to worry about that, and they are paying us a fee per kilowatt hour to be able to use those chargers. So that's really what, for us, kind of the future looks like, a very simple solution for our customers, so that you don't have to worry about the complexities of EV charging. All right, so I'm going to hand over to JT, who's going to talk a little bit about the regulatory drivers. As I mentioned, there's the two balancing things here in this EV transition. It's the regulatory side, the challenges that come with transition, but then there's also really the opportunity side on total cost of ownership and just the operational benefits of EVs. So JT is going to touch on how we look at some of the regulatory aspects of this in a little bit more detail. JT?
Yes, let's go to the next slide, please. So this is a slide just quickly spotlighting, it's like a 100,000-foot view, some of the regulatory and incentive trends in the US. California is a big center of gravity for these, predominantly the story of LCFS credits and ZEV mandates, but there are other emerging markets as well, similarly on the East Coast, ZEV mandates coming about, and then a couple of federal level affairs, such as on the bottom right, an MOU for truck and bus transportation in that 30% mark. So this is really interesting and positive news for commercial fleets and heavier duty. Historically, incentives were geared more towards the light duty consumer level domain. Let's go to the next slide, please, which zooms in a little bit more in California. So specifically in California, if you start on the left in this time scale, today active in the warehouse domain is this indirect source rule that you may have heard about. If you are a warehouse greater than 250,000 square feet today, you are expected to take certain actions to offset emissions related to you, but not directly emitted by you, such as the trucks that visit your premises. So there's a menu option. You can make some investments in. EV charging is a good example of that, and we'll show the value of that in the latter slide. Apologies for the background noise. There's some alarm going off here at the airport lounge. There's then further across the time scale, you'll find various ZEV mandate flavored things. There's a production, OEM production ZEV mandate. So you can see there at 2025, vehicle manufacturers expected to have a certain percentage of the production geared towards zero emissions vehicles. Then in 2035, that's an example of a ZEV emission on the adoption of trucks. So especially in the drayage segment, for which we have a case study a little bit later. And then finally in 2045, another broad sales mandate following in the footsteps of the light duty vehicle mandates. As you can see, trucks, last mile delivery, straight trucks and buses, and Class 8 tractors all are building towards strong penetration in that 2035 timescale. Let's go to the next slide. All right, Henrik, this one is back to you.
Yeah, thank you, JT. So JT talked a little bit about the regulatory side, what some of the, I hope you don't mind, Bruce, that I call them the sticks, right? So there are compliance obligations that are kind of pushing the market towards zero emissions vehicles. But what we're very excited about is that, not only does the transition to zero emissions vehicles address sustainability objectives, but there's also a real opportunity as it comes to savings, just cost benefits from a total cost of ownership perspective, as well as operational benefits that we are starting to see many of the customers that we work with realize in how they plan routes and how they think about operating their logistics services. So on the longer scale, what we see emerge is attractive use cases all the way from light duty to heavier duty. The formula here really is, one-off vehicle cost that tends to be higher, especially in the heavier duty segment, where over time the economic case becomes positive because of lower maintenance cost and lower fuel cost, predominantly associated with zero emission vehicles. So the numbers that you see here on the slide, they are a little dated. They come from some work that CARB did back in 2019. The key thing to take away here is that the opportunity, don't think about this just as something that we have to do from a regulatory perspective, but there's a real opportunity here to drive bottom line savings to the business side of things as well. And I've been really positively surprised to see that, especially or even on the heavier duty side as it comes to drayage applications. Of course, the incentive programs, the HVIP program helps a lot as it comes to first vehicle cost. But those are starting to emerge as very positive economic use cases as well. So overall, I think we're at a really interesting moment in the adoption of electric vehicles where we're starting to get onto that pathway of positive commercial returns as you look at the full end-to-end life cycle cost of these vehicles. All right, if we can go to the next slide. So we've had the discussion about kind of carrots and sticks. So let's say that you now want to move forward with EV charging, fleet electrification. What kind of challenges do we see customers face in moving in this direction? And this comes really from years of building and developing projects. JT and I both worked at Shell before being at Prologis, so we've developed projects out of green launch, different types of customers, different environments, and there's a few things that just kind of tend to come back on almost every fleet electrification project. So on the left hand of this picture, the vehicles, we talked about that a little bit already. In California, fortunately, we see a lot of really good programs like HVIP to support that one-off cost. But the key thing there as it comes to vehicle cost is to look at things from a total cost of ownership perspective. So really ensuring that you take full life cycle cost into account. The other challenges there that are the industry is facing now are supply chain issues, as I'm sure all of you will have some exposure to, and availability of vehicles. We have heard some challenges around the weight of battery electric, especially in the heavier duty side, which in some application cases could be a bit of an issue. And we're kind of interested to see how hydrogen might be able to solve some of those things more on the longer haul, heavier duty side of the spectrum. So that's the vehicle side of things. So what are the other kind of key things that you run into? And there's really kind of three things that I want to touch on. Charging infrastructure, siting and real estate, as well as then operating. So first of all, on charging infrastructure, it's really important to think about what kind of chargers and energy you need to fuel your vehicles. There is a bit of a tendency to think that higher power, more energy is always better, but it doesn't have to be, right? So for last mile applications, vehicles that can charge overnight, oftentimes an AC charger or low power DC charging solution can fit the bill when you have 8 to 10 hours to charge a vehicle overnight. And that then really helps on the energy balance side of things. For heavier duty drayage applications, we're looking at a lot more high power charging so that you can charge a vehicle within 30, 45, 50 minutes or so to a reasonable state of charge to fit the operational duty cycle of the vehicle. So it really depends on what it is that you need. And that's something to really work through with your solutions provider. Then the siting, one of the key reasons I think that I and JT joined Prologis is because we ran into a lot of site access and negotiations with landlords on the install of charging equipment. So that is something to take into account early in the process, that if you are in a leased property or if you want to acquire a site to install infrastructure to have your vehicles there, think about that early on. That is, of course, something that we work with our customers. That's kind of easy because we are the landlord. We also do projects with other landlords, with customers out of the Prologis platform, where our kind of sense of how real estate companies look at these things kind of helps smooth things along. But that's really something to think about early on in the process. On the operations side, value only gets delivered once these trucks actually charge. So this is not a set it and forget it type situation where you install the chargers and you can kind of walk away. It is important to think about ongoing monitoring, preventative maintenance of these systems to ensure that your operations don't get interrupted by outages. So that's something that we are super focused on, that I've been super focused on the last few years, because in order for us to really move forward with electrification, we need to make sure that this is reliable, right? That you don't have trucks standing still, that you can't fulfill your fleet obligations because of a charger that's down. So that's really important. So those are kind of the three key operational items that are very top of mind for us as we help customers with this transition. Of course, on the regulatory and reporting side, there is a complex regulatory and reporting environment, reporting requirements for, in Southern California, for example, the independent source rule, the WARE obligations that JT mentioned. So they could be county, city, county, and state level regulatory and reporting. So it's important to just list out, what do I need to do? Do the incentives I apply for require any specific reporting? Then how can I set myself, or work with a solutions provider to set myself up to do that in a way that doesn't cause me a headache as I progress with my project and operate my project. So these are some of the key challenges that we see on almost every project. And if we go to the next slide, there are solutions. The good news is that there is a way through this. There is a growing industry of solutions providers and professionals that have done these projects. So you're not alone as you think about making these things happen. What I'd really love you to take away from this chat is that it's important to think about these things early on in your electrification transition. So don't wait about thinking about infrastructure and operations until you've ordered the vehicles. It's good to kind of think about that. When you're thinking about vehicles, start thinking about your infrastructure. And then secondly, what can be really helpful, what I think is actually very critical and crucial, is to take an end-to-end approach to developing your project. So what I mean with that is, think about everything from the infrastructure side to the operations and the energy. And that is the approach that we are taking with our customers, is to make things very simple, as fast as possible, and everywhere. That's kind of our slogan. It's simple, fast, and everywhere. And what I mean with everywhere is that you need to be able to charge where you want to, which could be at one of our sites, but also at a partner location. The simple side is what I mean with simple is that we provide that end-to-end approach to the project, and we bundle that all up in a single contract. That's the way that we do it commercially, but my key point is to just, however you think about doing this or who you're working with, is kind of think about these three key buckets: infrastructure, operations, and energy. On the simplicity side, a way to make it simple for yourself is to think about it as a service model. So you see that on the slide. They reduce complexity and eliminate upfront capital need. So that's contracting. Think about contracting not just for the install of the project, the purchasing of the chargers, but also about the operations and the energy side as a bundle. That doesn't work for everybody. For a lot of customers, it does. That alleviates you of the need to think about all of those components and program and project manage them all individually. What's important in terms of a solution is alignment with the facility. We talked about the landlord negotiations that can be somewhat challenging. If you're installing infrastructure, think about the considerations of having to remove it. That's something that we do with our customers as well. We align the lease terms. Let's say you're in a building for 5 to 7 years. We align our contracts on the infrastructure side with that lease term to create that flexibility. Resourcing is important as well. You're not alone. As I mentioned, there are an increasing amount of solutions providers that can help you with this end-to-end approach. Speed is important. So oftentimes the infrastructure gets forgotten until the vehicles are ordered. And we have a customer that says, hey, I have vehicles coming in June. Can you help us with power? We have a really good temporary power solution that we can bring to the table to get sites energized within weeks or months, even if it's only a partial energization of the site. So think about that as you're looking at your electrification project. And then scalability is important as well, right? When you're thinking about projects, oftentimes we see a pilot project to start with. It's important to start thinking through early on, okay, how am I now going to take this to the next level? If I have 300 vehicles overall, I'm going to start with 20. Plan ahead in terms of how you're going to think about electrifying the full fleet that you have. So these are some of the solutions that we think about. So we really think about this end-to-end approach, simple, fast, and really taking the complexity out of things for our customers. And we found that generally this resonates really well and sets our customers up to be able to scale their deployment when they're ready to do so. All right, so that's a little bit about how we think about solutions and how we work with our customers in our Prologis portfolio and outside of our portfolio. To make this a little bit more tangible, I'm going to hand it back over to JT, who's going to talk about what a typical process looks like on a project. And then we have two use cases that we'll talk through to make it even more concrete. JT?
So to realize these solutions that Henrik just spoke about, we use a fairly standard project delivery model, which hasn't advanced yet on my slide here. There we go. So this should be fairly familiar to organizations that deal in capital project development. In this case, of course, it's used to deliver a design, build, own, and operate model for us that we then present as a service to our customers. And it starts with discovery, where we really dive deep into understanding the fleet operations. What flexibilities do the fleet have? Those can be quite consequential to avoid overinvestment in capacity. but also ensuring that there's enough there for the task at hand. The conceptual design follows. So that's where it's really the birthing place of engineering, and where utilities begin the engagement with us. Pricing gets formed upon that kind of basis of design, which then leads to an agreement with our customer. And after that, the real detailed work begins in detailed design, permitting, construction, and then commissioning. In that phase, we also start up our kind of operations readiness processes, where we bring in parallel our operations folks to ensure a smooth turnover on the target date. Now let's have a look at where we've used this process in some case studies. So if we move to the next slide, please. This is a drayage case study in Southern California, where 22 Class A tractors are involved. It's commissioning in about 15 days from now, and it's about 2.5 megawatts worth of power. So that serves the 22 trucks with the drayage duty, as I mentioned, a mix of 350 kilowatt high power and then 180 kilowatt high power chargers for almost 4 million kilowatt hours a year delivered. So it's a 24-hour operation. Key features being, again, like Henrik mentioned, co-terminus with a lease, a very simple service fee on $1 per kilowatt hour basis, a high uptime guarantee, comes with fleet management software, so you can track your trucks and see their states of charge and plan their charging schedules, for example. And then, of course, the 24/7 critical O&M support with a call center. Relating to that indirect source rule, you can see the value that this generates from that kind of compliance perspective. The greener columns there is the wear potential, so the wear points potential in that ISR rule. And the lighter blue is what it actually covers. So you can see that this investment gives you pretty good future proofing for wear compliance over for that particular warehouse at that scale. Let's look at another case study on the next page. This one is a last mile delivery. Now, the DNA of last mile delivery operations, as you may know, is more the story of daylight deliveries and nighttime rest for vehicles. So that gives really an opportunity to provide lower cost of power during non-peak periods of a day, and therefore also use lower power capacities to provide that solution. So in this case, overall, the amount of capacity is still commensurate with the previous case study at 2.2, but there's far more lower power chargers because of that exploitation of time. So we're really maximizing the night to deliver that power, that energy over that period of time. Similarly, the key features, again, are consistent with before, and also the value from a compliance perspective are similar. All right, the next slide would wrap it up for us. I think that gets into question time, or Mrs. Moderator, you tell us what's next.
Sure thing. Thank you guys so much for that presentation. There was a lot of good information. So folks who are feeling like they couldn't absorb it all that first time around, these slides are going to be available for you to sort of download and click through on your own time. I have quite a few questions for you guys. So I had the great pleasure of meeting Henrik for the first time at the ACT conference. So for anybody who's in the audience and doesn't know, there's an annual conference here in Southern California. It used to be in Long Beach. I believe it's moving to Anaheim. And it's where all of the trucks that we talked about this morning, a lot of the charger technology that we talked about today is all on display. And it's a great place to see all of those things. The one thing that I had never seen there was a landlord. So when I saw Prologis's name up on a sign, I just had to go and meet Henrik, because having been a truck fleet owner in the past, I experienced lots of trials and tribulations with my landlord. And I was very excited to see folks like you really taking this leadership role in what is a bit of a complex strategy and process that we're all going through here. So I think the first question that I have for you guys is like, it's so wonderful that the tenants that are working with Prologis have this great opportunity to transition with you folks. But for those of us who are working with other landlords, do you have like a word of advice for how fleets should really start that conversation, and what maybe considerations those landlords are having that we should be thoughtful of when we're trying to convince them to let us install chargers?
Yeah, happy to speak to that a little bit, Nikki. So, of course, the easy answer is just try and move into a Prologis building because it'll be easier. And I do want to point out that we are working with customers as well at non-Prologis locations, right? So to my great surprise, I mean, we've been operating now, it's almost a year and a half. If I look at the projects that we have in our portfolio today that we're working with customers on, I'd say about 20% or so, 20-30% is at non-Prologis sites. And maybe to speak to our experience there in terms of how we're helping customers, again, I think what's really important in these landlord negotiations is early engagement, because there is a fair amount of education required around, what a project entails, right? Because at the end of the day, most landlords, real estate's a funny business, right? What business is there where the model really is that you sign a lease and then you hope to not hear from your customer again for the duration of that contract? Because when you do hear, it's because there's a leaking roof or something like that. So many landlords kind of still operate with that mantra. That's not how we look at our customer relationships. But therefore, there's a lot of risk aversion to installing this infrastructure at the site. So early engagement is important. And I think working with a partner, a party that can help educate the landlord and that can help also with the site access agreements that cover the important components of risk that the landlord really thinks about. So it's really kind of a little bit about putting yourself in the landlord's shoes and thinking about, well, what are they concerned about? And how is how I'm proposing to progress with this project, kind of addressing some of those concerns and those risks. So that's what we help our customers with these out of platform opportunities where we are talking with the third party landlord. Is our contracting structure is informed by our own, like we are landlords. So we know kind of what those risks are, how landlords look at it. So I think it's early engagement and it's trying to find a partner that can help you through that process. And again, don't wait with that until you're a few months out from wanting to install a project.
Yeah, certainly. I've been thinking a lot about sort of that landlord education process. So maybe a good first step for fleets is to, as you said, introduce their landlords to a provider, like Prologis or others who are professionals at this. They can sit down with them, explain the costs and the benefits. At that point, the fleet can actually step back for a little bit and just like kind of let that relationship develop.
Yeah.
But they have to do it way before they're actually ordering the truck. So I heard you talk about that too, like this is a funny analogy for this, but like don't put the cart before the horse, right? The power has to go in front of the actual truck.
Yeah.
So I think, making sure that your landlord maybe has a good partner to learn about this stuff well before the fleet is actually ready to sit down and start making purchases.
Yeah.
The other person you got to go talk to, right, is your utility.
Yeah, that's
Would
right.
you like to, I mean, again, this may just be something that happens between the landlord and a great service provider and a utility. And maybe the fleet is not too engaged, but why don't you just tell us a little bit about, thinking about contacting your utility and the lead times we have to expect to see there?
Yeah, and to put it into context, if you look at the project that's behind me, I mentioned that's about 1.5 megawatts. So for major fleet electrification projects, you're always going to need a new service, right? So it's important to realize that you're probably not going to be able to do this with the connection that the building or the site already has with the utility. So there will be an upgrade required. And the heavier duty, the bigger the project, of course, the bigger the interconnection. It's not a complete rule. There's not a real good rule of thumb to this per se, but you can imagine the bigger the interconnection, the longer it could take a utility to get the power on site. So in terms of lead times, it could be anything from 6 months to 18 months to 2 years for major projects to get the power on site. Right, so that's again early engagement. If anything to take away from this chat, I think you've heard us say early engagement is really important, and that's with the landlord. That's also with the utility. So it could take six months to 2 years, three years to get this power on site. Don't be scared by that. Oftentimes utilities can do things in phases. There are other mobile power generating solutions that we offer to our customers that allow us to get some level of power on site within weeks, if not months, that are still zero emissions with things like renewable natural gas. So there are solutions there, but it can take a while. In terms of the actual process of talking to the utility, you can see this becomes a complex landscape. You have your landlord, the utility, what kind of program. The solutions provider, again, I think is an important partner for you in this process, both in terms of getting applications for any types of incentives in and understanding those incentives, as well as just taking that kind of end-to-end approach to the project, right? Because it's what you want to ask your utility for depends on what your charging infrastructure needs are, depends on your trucks. So working with an advisor, a solutions provider that can kind of help you understand that full envelope, I think makes generally the fleet operator's life a lot easier.
Yeah, and that is important, what you said about, your infrastructure setup does depend on your trucks. So I said earlier, maybe it's just a conversation between the landlord and the service provider, but we have to remember what you said, right sizing things, right?
Yeah.
Tom Brotherton earlier talked about you don't have to buy the truck with the biggest battery pack, if you don't need it. If your range is shorter, go with a smaller truck, go with a smaller battery pack.
Yeah.
Same goes for charging, right? If you're able to dwell, thank you, JT, for that good example of the delivery vehicles, right? If you have a smaller truck that's able to charge overnight, then you don't have to install the biggest, fastest chargers out there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, JT. I saw you unmute. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, I can't overemphasize that operational flexibility aspect. As a good solution provider may ask a simple question right at the start, which is, can half of your shift start an hour later than the other half? If the answer is yes, you may have just saved yourself a pile of money in upsizing the utilization of your infrastructure, rather than buying something that is half as utilized as it might have been otherwise. There's a lot of value in those spaces, and a good solution provider really understands how to translate operational flexibility into the right optimum technical and energy solution.
Yeah, and it becomes a really important relationship. Like we work with our customers all the way from, hey, I'm thinking about ordering these trucks, to operations, and go through quite a few iterations of, what sites can the trucks charge at. If we have multiple depots with a customer, because at one site you might be able to get power quicker than at another one. So that really starts with, these are the vehicles, what kind of chargers, how much power, all the way through the development of the project and the operations. So that it becomes a very, fun, but, dynamic and very kind of consultative relationship.
Yeah, and I'll offer folks a funny tip or trick, which you may have also learned with your cell phones or electric cars, which is that actually the faster charging doesn't necessarily get you to the fullest charge on your battery, and it can also degrade the battery over time. So just another good reason to invest in right sizing, right? Like matching the battery that you need with the charger that you need, because that's a good way to take care of your batteries and make them last longer. Tom was telling us earlier, it's the most expensive part of the truck. Everything else on an electric truck is actually so simple, so easy. Truckers, wait till you have a life where you don't have to do like diesel particulate filter cleanings and oil changes all the time. But back to this right sizing. Go ahead.
I was just going to compliment that. So as a design philosophy, we often look at designing to the job rather than the truck. So if a drayage customer is a certain, let's say 20 miles away from the port and needs a certain energy amount in a day for replenishment, but has a truck that can do 300 kilowatts, but only needs 90 kilowatts for the job, that's obviously an opportunity to save money. There's the watch out. Your instinct might be to say, oh, I have a 300 kilowatt truck, therefore I need a 300 kilowatt charging solution. That may not be the right answer in any particular situation.
Yeah. And that may, Nikki, if I may, I see that John Hanley asked a question about the drayage use case that we talked about with respect to, was this a one-to-one replacement of diesel tractors, or were there more electric tractors needed? I wouldn't say it was per se a one-to-one change out, but what we see this customer do is move to a higher utilization of the vehicle. So the customer, used to contract out drayage services to a third-party provider for this particular, drayage load that they're addressing. Now they're purchasing their own vehicles and running their own drivers. But what we're seeing they do is they run these trucks at a higher utilization than the diesel trucks would run. So they went to a almost kind of 24/7 type use case with these vehicles. And that of course helps them with the cost of the transition as well, because they're getting more out of their asset because they're utilizing it more heavily than they were on the diesel side. I hope that helps. I hope that answers that question.
And I can't overemphasize the fuel savings. I saw some of your numbers earlier, but they are quite conservative. You mentioned in your slide on the fuel savings that or the total cost of ownership savings, that it didn't include incentives, of which there are a great number of incentives in California right now. We talked a little bit about HVIP this morning. We're going to talk a lot more about others in the afternoon. But just for example, a scenario, some of these Class 8 trucks may cost $300,000 or $400,000, but the incentive for Class 8 trucks is $120,000, right? So once you deduct that, you finance your vehicle balance or paying cash as you like, and then you think about the fuel savings, the total cost of ownership and your per mile operations go way down. So there's a really good business case for very real savings here. I love to tell fleets that all the time, like never buy diesel again. And that's part of the reason you mentioned this fleet is utilizing these more. If you're in a family that has a gas car and an electric car, I think often you opt to take the electric because you know that you're not going to have to fill up at the gas station. So, one more thought though, going back to right sizing, because I can't overemphasize this point for fleets. If you are, say, a smaller delivery fleet and you're operating in the corner of a larger warehouse facility, so your needs are small. You're trying to convince your landlord to let you install 2 basic chargers, right? You still want to start that conversation early because your landlord may see the strategic value in future proofing, right? So if they're going to go ahead and trench that yard, they might be thinking down the line, I'm going to have a tenant with 8, Class 8 trucks. They're going to need a lot of power. So let me just balance current needs against future needs, so fleets don't have to think about just their needs today. There may be future needs for other fleets in that yard that the landlord can take advantage of.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And oftentimes what is a good moment to have those conversations, obviously, is if you're at a point of renewing your lease and there's like a tenant improvement budget or something like that, is to talk about these types of needs. So that's what we increasingly see customers of Prologis do, where it used to be about just improving the office space and repainting something or repaving a yard. It often now is also a requirement of, hey, we'd love to have some more workplace chargers in, or a number of fleet chargers in the yard as well. So I agree. I think it's really, really a good opportunity. Have that conversation with your landlord very early on and see what they are willing to do to address your requirements of today or in the future.
Yeah, and your landlord may not even be aware of some of the things that JT was talking about. Those indirect source rule regulations, they really blanket affect thousands of facilities in Southern California, if you're on the line today and you're in Southern California. So even just finding those links and resources, getting them to your landlord, because they might not have been paying attention, but things are coming down the bend pretty quick here.
Absolutely. Yeah. The ISR rule for those in Southern California is, unfortunately, I have to say it's probably not as well understood yet by the operators of warehouses as it should be. We're doing a lot of work to help educate our customers on that. If there's any interest from anyone to follow up on specifically what that means and what the benefits of electrification could be, we're happy to follow up on that, because it's really important, and it could have significant compliance obligations, penalties when you're not compliant. And it's something to think about today. It's going to be phased in gradually, starting with facilities over 300,000 square feet this year, and then 200,000 year after, 100,000 year after. JT showed on his slide in the use case the amount of wear points. In a nutshell, those are ways so with electrification, you can earn yourself out of that compliance obligation. So if anyone is on the line in Southern California, in the South Coast Air Quality Management District, in a warehouse and wants to learn more, we're happy to help with better understanding what that rule means and what electrification can do to help.
Yeah, and with sort of complex planning, complex rules, new technology, I have to admit, a lot of my job sometimes is just myth busting. So people hear things word of mouth and they maybe don't totally understand them. And then it just spreads like wildfire. One of the weird ones I heard the other day was, oh, I heard that I can't use, HVIP incentives to comply with the indirect source rule. And that's actually not true. So it's really important to rely on your partners, as Henrik calls them, surface providers. In this case, Prologis can be your good partner on this project. Another really good resource is your dealer. Your vehicle dealer is someone who can help you with some of the planning that we just talked about, like figuring out your route. How much battery do you really need? What kind of chargers do you need? They can also, though, really help you understand the incentives and the regulations. The dealers for electric trucks and vehicles really are experts on this, and they are there to help their customers through this process. So I will plug our website again, which is californiahvip.org. There's a catalog, and within the catalog, you find the truck that you want. You find the dealer that you need, you start this conversation. I assure you, your dealer is going to send you to somebody like Prologis in your utility and your landlord. So you got to talk to them first, but it's a good place to start. Do you have other recommendations of where people can get the straight facts and not the myths that are out there?
Well, I was just going to say, Nikki, CalSTART, you yourself, I think CalSTART is a great organization to approach as well for clarity on, what is possible and what is not possible. JT, do you have anything to add?
Just for those that are familiar with, say, the South Coast Air Quality Management District's IFR rule, just don't assume that's the only jurisdiction looking at that type of rule. I think there are some emerging other air permit or air quality jurisdictions where that might rise. Yeah.
Thank you, Olivia. She just dropped into the chat a link to that catalog. And as I said, within the catalog, you can find dealers. So back to chargers. One of the really interesting points I saw in your slide is that you guys guarantee your customers 98% uptime. Just so important, right? Because you can't imagine coming to work to get in your truck and it didn't charge correctly overnight, and like now you can't work for the day.
I think that's super critical.
I was wondering, for folks that are kind of like maybe choosing a charger or a provider, how would you think about maybe vetting them? Like, how important is it to like have like a maintenance package along with your charger?
Yeah, I'd say it's really important. As I said, it's not just a set and forget type situation. When you're able to procure, let's say, charging on a service type basis, like when you work with us, you don't procure a separate maintenance package. It's just part of the deal, right? So what we really contract on is the performance of the unit. As you say, 98%. I'd say on new projects, our performance is actually higher than that, but that tends to be the kind of industry level of performance that's contracted against. And so what you buy from us is the charger's working, and you pay a certain energy price off the charger. That's the easiest way to do it. And if that's the approach you're taking, just make sure that there is that type of that your provider is really committed to uptime performance. If you're thinking about kind of piecing a project together yourself, then don't just think about the first install, but get a good, with a solutions provider, a good O&M preventative maintenance package, and focus on response time as well, so that if something does happen, that that when you call, somebody's going to pick up the phone. And ideally, you don't have to call because they already see that the system's down and they dispatch someone. Focus on, the time to dispatch. When you do call, or if there is a problem, how quickly is somebody actually going to help resolve it on site if that's what it is needed. So those aspects are very important to think about. You wouldn't believe it, the type of stuff that happens in the field too. Cables that are still in vehicles when the vehicle drives away, which really shouldn't happen. But all kinds of things do happen in the field. This is an early industry. This is what we have to crack, like as solutions providers. That's like at the heart of what we do, because if you have a bad experience charging, you're not going to feel so great about doing the next phase of your project, right? And that's not going to help us move this industry along. So focusing on that operations bit is super critical.
There's a connection with the global supply chain situation that has a direct line on performance in this operation space. Spares, so something like that goes wrong, that example Henrik gave. Have you looked at your solution provider has the right spare strategy? Do you know whether the maker of the charger has alternative options if one of the suppliers of the cables disappear or isn't available? It's just a little bit of stress testing on those fringes can really help change a fix from a 2-month problem down to a 2-day problem.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. And I think truck fleet managers are kind of used to this, right? Like, we think about the fact that when we buy a truck, is there a place close by where we can pick up a spare glad hand, right, or a light, or, a side mirror? Because all of those things you just mentioned happen, right? Like within truck yards, people are swiping pedestals and running off of curbs all the time. So you got to think about that now for your chargers too. If for some reason somebody rolls over and crushes your plug, you want your charger provider to let you know that there's going to be a fast and easy way for you to get that replaced quickly.
Yeah.
You said something just a moment ago about what was it? Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I think it was about like how the fleets may want to think about smart charging. Like you said, the charger provider might see that there was a problem and just like dispatch somebody and they come out.
Yeah.
And I think fleet operators, if you're on this call, you also want to think about being able to see if your charger is working. And those are usually smart charging systems where you like log in or you go on your phone. But maybe you guys want to talk a little bit about the benefits of being able to like monitor or maybe adjust charging for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, there's a few components to that. That's a really good question. So JT mentioned when we were talking through the use cases is that we provide fleet management software as part of our offering, right? So you have this, again, it's the end-to-end project approach from infrastructure to energy to operations. So, and we focus that software a bit really on what is critical for the fleet operator. So it's think about it, a map, a display where you can see where your trucks are, and you can see what their state of charge is, what the routes are, what the driver performance is, because how a driver drives in an EV matters for efficiency, right? If they're using regenerative braking versus not using regenerative braking makes a huge amount of difference. So you want to be able to monitor your fleet from that perspective, from that kind of energy charging management perspective. So that's really kind of the portal that we provide to our fleet managers, because that's what they're telling us. That's what we want to see. In that system, you can also look at the chargers themselves, but we don't see generally fleet operators looking at that as much. That type of monitoring is a little bit more relevant, I think, to the back office service provider. So that would be us, like our team monitoring the chargers. These chargers will give a ping if something's wrong. Ideally, you detect problems before there is really an outage. So we provide that visibility to the fleet operators, but generally we see fleet operators focus a little bit more on the vehicle than on the charger. And frankly, I think that's the way that it should be, right? I think that on the infrastructure side, you shouldn't have to worry about that. So there is that opportunity to look at the chargers, but our software focuses a little bit more on the vehicle side. We don't see a whole lot of like complex usage of complex software functionality yet in terms of scheduling routes, but I do think that will become more important as fleet operators become more accustomed to using the software, to running EVs. But today, I'd say that the basics are really important. Knowing where the vehicles are, state of charge, looking at driver performance, and kind of planning the routes that the EVs can take when they need to charge, and kind of what the 24-hour duty cycle schedule looks like. So that's what what good fleet management software should enable you to do.
Great. That's interesting. I actually didn't know that much about the vehicle side management.
Yeah.
And maybe I know it's sort of on your back end that you guys as the charger providers manage it, but for folks that are maybe going to install their own chargers, you guys also use software to tell your chargers like when to charge and how much, right? To save money on electricity prices?
Absolutely. Yeah, JT can talk. JT, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, that's commonly referred to as smart charging, also by CARB, right? It's basically just the time of use aspect when power is affordable versus not so affordable. A good use case is last mile, where there isn't, let's say, nighttime operations. It's a great nexus opportunity to charge when the power is cheap. So you can put some guardrails up by software to ensure that chargers listen to you, that it properly provides allowances during what times of day that you want them to be used. Yeah, that's the answer to that one.
Yeah, and I don't want to confuse folks too much because LCSF credits can become this very long and complex conversation. But if you guys want to give us the highlights or the top level kind of how these credits can work for you when you're charging vehicles, and then getting it's effectively a rebate, right, from the state for your energy.
Right, effectively, that's right. Yeah. So LCFS credits, effectively a credit made available to you by taking action to abate or displace the use of diesel or gasoline on the road. So there's a little formula that if you have a LCFS reporting entity or solution provider, which we also happen to do, then use to look at how much energy you use in any given quarter, report that to CARB. That goes into a calculation to figure out, okay, what does that mean in terms of how much diesel theoretically have been, how many tons of CO2 from diesel consumption that avoided, and then grants that in the form of credits, which you can then sell on the market where obligated parties such as our old employer needs to are compelled to buy. So it's it's a free market from the perspective of price of a carbon credit that floats around a bit. Right now is not really the hottest time for LCFS prices, but nonetheless, it can have a major benefit to the cost of to really the life cycle cost of these operations. It's not just a credit for investment in infrastructure. It's also credit meant to just go into the pool and help with the overall cost of the ecosystem. So California, we're lucky to have that rebate in effect. Yeah, make sure that when you do select a solution provider, they know that they're sophisticated enough to understand that that is a major piece of the value in that market. And then a last little touch on it is that it's not the ratio of how many credits per kilowatt hour you get is not a given. You can optimize that yield. That is where energy strategies and RECs come into play, etc. So it's you need a technical solution to be able to charge a vehicle and be able to monitor the kilowatt hours correctly for CARB reporting purposes. But then you also want an energy or environmental attribute solution provider that can help you optimize the number of carbon credits that you make per kilowatt hour. And it can make the difference between a good and a bad business case, 100%. So don't and also, just like everything else on this call, start early, finding yourself someone that can help you with that kind of reporting and optimization piece.
Yeah, and it's so important to find a good partner. You know, as he explained it, it sounds quite complicated. I do know folks that do it on their own. You know, it's usually, as you mentioned, this process of you have to have a charger and a meter that's like tell you how much energy you're using so that you can report it. You send in those reports. I think it's quarterly. There's credits, and then there's folks who have entire businesses around just selling these credits. But then the idea is you can get a check that would go back and you can cover that. You know, it's like basically offsetting the cost of your electricity. Great to have as a service providers like this who they bundle it all and you're just paying for the electricity. But you can do it on your own if you're willing to put in that like extra bit of work.
Yeah,
that's right. And just a word of caution, you can't go and use those proceeds on a boat in the Bahamas. You have to reinvest it into the ecosystem. It is part of the regulation for LCFS credits. You can spend it on educational programs, on rebating of another vehicle, on discounting energy costs for charging, but it's not meant for profiting off of that.
Oh, that's an interesting nuance that I did not know. So I've learned something new today.
Yeah, that's an often overlooked component, and kind of points to that there's in all of these types of mechanisms, you kind of got to look at the fine print and think about how to use these mechanisms and kind of how to optimize them. I mean, we use the LCFS mechanism to lower the cost of the service that we provide to our customers, because we have an ability to reinvest it in EV. So we do all that complexity and we make it easy for our customers.
Yeah, and that's so great is hearing that transparency. You know, all of us as fleets, as we go out and find our partners in this, we want to work with someone who's going to take the time to explain this and then kind of show it to us on our bill so that we know we're getting the best deal. Yeah. Me on my end, I have seen folks get bad advice sometimes, right? That to be sold a very expensive high power charger that they didn't need to charge during peak hours at the highest possible rate. And then, you know, the folks that installed it are just taking the LCSF credits, but not giving the customer credit. So I think that, you know, that's great that folks are attending these types of things, kind of to hear that there are, you know, there's some complexity, there's some pitfalls. Find your partners, work with people that, you know, are teaching you and disclosing to you kind of how these mechanisms work.
Well, and the nice thing to that point, Nikki, on these as a service models, like if our systems, because we own and operate these systems, so if they don't work and you don't get what you need, like we don't get any revenue. We charge for what you use. So, you know, the uptime point, you know, the operational performance. What I like about these models is it really aligns the interests of the fleet operator together with the solutions provider, right? Like, I mean, we're not in the business of just selling you the largest charger, the most expensive, largest charger possible, right? It's really about, you know, driving scale. And to do that, to your point, I like the point about transparency, right? It's important to have, these are multi-year projects. And in order to, you know, operate well over time, I think you need that transparent relationship and the alignment of interests between the fleet operator and the asset owner and the solutions provider. I think that's really going to be important for this industry really to scale this up.
Well, I'm getting my time check from the team in the background, but maybe that's just a good place to leave it, which is, you know, find partners that are great partners and shop around, you know, maybe hopefully everybody will get landlords as good as Prologis, but we can't all be so lucky. So just keep in mind that there's like Prologis can work with you if you're not in a Prologis building. There's other companies too that help do similar things. You really need to meet with them, talk with them, make sure that your interests are aligned.
Yeah.
Introduce your landlord, get to know your utility.
And early engagement on infrastructure and solutions. And we're here to help. So any questions, you know, even early stage thoughts about fleet electrification, we're here. We're very passionate about this and, you know, are really here to help you work through the complexity of this and make it simple.
Including hydrogen.
Yes.
Don't forget.
Thank you, JT.
That's the next webcast.
It
Don't
is.
underestimate that one. Yeah, exactly.
No, absolutely. And I know and first of all, you guys have been fantastic. What a great discussion. I think it's the perfect segue between that early morning segment that's just throwing terms at people. You really covered some of those terms, and the concepts were fantastic. Nikki, great job. JT, Henrik, again, can't thank you guys enough. And, you know, we do talk a lot about electrification here. You know, it is more common right now, and it takes a lot of planning. I mean, not that hydrogen doesn't, but I think, you know, the planning process involved when you're talking about utilities and permitting departments and so forth is even greater with battery chargers. So, don't forget about hydrogen. And again, with that, I just want to thank you guys so very much. Folks, in the afternoon, we will be diving a little bit deeper into what you might want to do to pick out, or what you might want to know to pick out a vehicle. And then diving a little bit deeper into incentives. You've heard mentions of HFIP. You've heard LCFS talked about here, which is a really important tool that folks can use to help defray some of those costs. We're going to have somebody talk about both of those a little bit to some extent, and some of our other programs. So please come on back for that. And we will see you, I believe it is at 1 o'clock. Is that correct, Tommy?
Yep. We got 5 minutes. So do you want to go ahead and want me to pull up some of the polls we were asking folks before, as we lead into lunch?
Sure, we can do that. And
Okay.
and being cognizant of JT and Henrik and Nikki's time, I will say you can join us for the rest. We would love to have you as asking questions or whatever, but I think you probably have some things to do. JT, I know it sounded like you were at the airport, you said earlier.
Yeah.
So again, I want to
unfortunately.
don't miss your flight. Again, I want to thank you guys. And I'm sure we'll be talking to you in the future about a lot of these things.
Super. Thank you so much, Bruce. Thank you,
Thank
Nikki.
you.
It was a great conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
folks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys. All right, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a great lunch. Bruce, you want to come back on camera, and then I'll start assigning our panelists here. There's Robert.
Can you see me, Tommy?
Yes, I do. I'm going to add a
Okay.
spotlight to you.
No
And-
problem. I'm just not seeing myself, and I was worried I was having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, nope, we're good.
Great.
So let's see. I got Robert spotlighted, Bang spotlighted, Linda's good, Bruce, and then Nikki. Once you come back on camera, actually, I do have you spotlighted as well. So, all right, I'm gonna go in the background. If you need anything, just let me know. And yep, thanks.
All right. Thank you, Tommy. First of all, welcome back, or welcome if you weren't in the morning session, which if you did miss the morning session, that's really fine. The morning session was meant to really start building just a basic knowledge, terminology, concepts, how you might need to build a team to really be successful in integrating medium and heavy duty vehicles into your fleet, especially if you're going to be putting in your own infrastructure, your own charging stations, your own hydrogen filling on site, and so forth. We did have a really wonderful conversation right at the end of the morning that kind of segued between that basic information, that terminology, that awareness that we're trying to create into a very nice bridge between that general information. It was still general, but it was a little deeper into the general information. And I'm going into all that to say now we're going to start diving even deeper into some certain subjects. And the two subjects that are on the agenda for the rest of today will be talking a little bit more about vehicles, more specifically vehicles, how you selected what you did, what kinds of concerns did you have, what kind of lessons did you learn, so forth. It might get off into some things like charging and so forth a little bit, but it's really going to be how it pertains to vehicles. Then the last session today will be about incentives and various other funding pots and programs that we have. Now, what that means is there's a whole lot of topics that we won't be touching on today, but we'll be touching on in a part 2 to this series in probably about a month and a half to 2 months. We're still finalizing everything. We'll be setting up additional speakers for that. We'll be talking about things like infrastructure and dealing with the utilities and various other items that you really need to think about, rather than just how to choose the vehicle and rather than just incentives, which both of those are obviously very big. I don't mean to say just, but they're, again, I can't impress enough how many of you may already be may already know this or certainly be getting the idea, but there is a lot more planning that goes into transitioning to zero emission than what you maybe were used to in your diesel. Now, part of that is it will get you a lot more efficiency, and it may even make your operation run a little bit more efficiently. But we're not going to go into that right now. What we are going to do is I'm going to introduce our panelists for this panel. Then I'm going to ask each of them to maybe give us, 5 minutes, something like that, on what role they have here. In other words, and I don't want to steal thunder, but I'll tell you very briefly. Robert represents Nikola Motors. They build both heavy duty electric, battery electric and fuel cell electric vehicles. Bang represents Phoenix Motor Cars. They have been building lighter duty, in fact, I think class 4 only, zero emission vehicles for quite some time. So we'll be diving in kind of to the differences and so forth in what you might need to look at. But that's what I'd like them to talk about, again, is just briefly about what they do, how it fits into this whole transition to zero emission. So first of all, I am, pardon me, I am going to introduce our panelists, and I am going to start off with Bang Yong Lo. He is, as I said, with Phoenix Motor Cars. He's a grant specialist, but I know even from talking to him a few days ago, he is being moved more and more into the world of sales and expertise on zero emission vehicles. And that's going to be really valuable in this conversation. He, as I said, he does monitor incentives, regulation policy, which will be really helpful. But he's worked in roles in operational sales, and that's, I think, really where he's going to come in to play on this panel. And next, we do have Rob. I am sorry, Rob. I never asked you. Is it Erspamer? Erspamer. I am so sorry. That's terrible of me. And he is with Nikola Motor Corporation. He is the director of business development. For Nikola Motor Corporation, and they are a leader in zero emission transportation and energy infrastructure solutions. They've been around for quite some time now, designing their vehicles. And I know Rob will talk about this. They are, they have both a battery and a fuel cell that are either at market or pretty close to it right now. Next, of course, we have Linda Pratt. Linda has some great, really great, I've talked to her some, real life experience. Linda is a project manager with Goodwill of San Francisco, and they had a very early zero emission fleet. She's worked there for about 8 years. And I think, Linda, you probably saw all of the introduction of that fleet from kind of top to bottom. I know there's been some periods of time where, you may have worked with a different Goodwill, but I know that you've done a lot of work with those vehicles. And I know she'll bring a lot of great information. And last but absolutely not least is Nikki Cook. Nikki was the moderator of our last panel before lunch. Nikki works for CalStart. If you don't know CalStart, you probably will, because CalStart has a lot of great information, especially when it comes to incentive programs. Pardon me. In fact, CalStart is what we call the administrator for both our HFIP program, which is really our largest zero emission vehicle incentive program, and for the Energize program, which is an infrastructure incentive program out of the California Energy Commission. So, and as I said, they just have a wealth of information on their websites, and I'm sure Nikki at one point will want to at least plug their website, and she really should, and you really should visit it. So having said that, I think I would like to start with, I think we're going to start with Rob, probably move to Bang, and then Linda, and maybe let Nikki kind of put a little bit of a bow on again. This is just a kind of an introduction. Then what we'll do is we'll start talking about some questions that we have, and let the panelists discuss it. Please submit any questions that you may have. There were some that were submitted in the morning. We'll try and get to some of those as well. So having said that, Rob, let's start out with you. Give us a little background on you and Nicola.
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Rob Erspalmer. I've joined Nicola. I've been here about 14 months. Director of Business Development, as Bruce said. My job really is to engage with fleets and find the right fit for either our Class 8 battery electric truck or our Class 8 fuel cell. So we are based in Arizona. Headquarters is in Phoenix, and our factory is actually in Coolidge, roughly 50 miles south of Phoenix. So we started production this year with the Tre BEV. We just number 100 just rolled off the line a few weeks ago, so we're still early, but we have ambitious plans, and we'll start production of the Tre fuel cell likely at the end of the next year. So yeah, it's all about engaging with the customers and really making sure that their duty cycle fits with the technology that's currently out there. I wouldn't say that our truck is going to replace every diesel out there today. It does have some limitations, as do other battery electric and fuel cell trucks, but it's a great step in the right direction if you have that right duty cycle and fit.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I didn't want to have any background noise here. Thank you, Rob. Thank you very much. And now, kind of the other end of the spectrum, at least on size, Bang, give us a little bit of background on Phoenix. I know that we have been very familiar with Phoenix for many years here at the board, funded a lot of programs with Phoenix. But tell us a little bit about Phoenix and what they're doing.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Bang. From Phoenix Motor Cars. Phoenix Motor Cars has been around for quite a while. Company is founded way back in 2003. Dabbled in various projects, and ultimately settled on the medium duty commercial vehicles. I think for Phoenix Motor Cars, I think our biggest deployment of vehicles is going to be in the shuttle bus space. Our vehicles are built on the Ford E450 chassis, which is a Class 4 vehicle. We've expanded since in the recent years to also have some truck applications. So we're doing box trucks, flatbed trucks. We're doing utility vehicles for like a work vehicle. What else do I need to cover? My role here at Phoenix is to really just monitor policy, the incentive programs, to assist with our customers, in finding navigating through the incentive programs, to educate them. I think one thing we probably learned today, and it'll get reiterated multiple times, is a lot of these programs are not running all the time waiting for your application. You really have to kind of do your market research regarding products, and also how you can ease into the transition to be electrified, to be a green fleet. And a lot of it's staying ready, being educated, understanding all the terms. So I assist with that here at Phoenix.
All right. Bang, thank you so much. And now let's move on to the voice of hard learned lessons. Linda, tell us a little bit about what you folks do. I think we all know what a great organization Goodwill is, but especially as it pertains to you folks integrating zero-emission vehicles.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. And I just want to say there is a garbage truck right outside my house. So, and it's not electric, so it's really loud. I'm sorry for the background noise. Yes, Goodwill Industries of San Francisco actually just merged in the last 6 months with Goodwill of the East Bay. So we are now one of the largest Goodwill chapters in California. All of you probably know that our mission is to provide century jobs for people who traditionally have barriers to employment. And also, we have a very strong mission around reuse and repurposing. We are the original organization going back over 100 years, and use materials and repurposing, reusing them. So we've always had a very strong mission to reduce waste and energy. So this, electrifying our fleet really fits in with what Goodwill does at its core mission. So our program actually started back in 2015 when I reached out to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District to see how we might partner together. And it was very serendipitous because in 2016, the cap and trade funding opportunity came down. And they, because we had established a relationship, reached out and asked if Goodwill would be a partner in a project that they had already identified the truck manufacturer. They had all the partners together. So they were looking for an end user that served disadvantaged communities. So that's how we got involved. And going through several years, in 2018, we finally received the 11 trucks that we have. 10 of which are Class 6 box trucks, delivery trucks, and we have one Class 8 debris hauler. And so we began deploying them in 2019, and we've been running them ever since. They have about a total mileage of about 425,000 miles, and we're in the stage of moving to phase 2. We want to expand because we are now in the East Bay, so we have tremendous opportunities to increase our electric vehicles, and also we're ready to go into the next generation. We were like the first generation demonstration trucks, and we are eager to get in and start a project with the latest generation. So that's it.
And that's a lot, Linda. That is exactly why I said earlier, you guys have so much experience, and it's across the board with the Class 6 trucks and Class 8 trucks. And I'm sure that we can learn, kind of how you looked at the differences, and it'll be great to start digging into some of that in a moment here. Nikki, going to end up with you. Talk about CalStart a little bit, and kind of all of the good things that it brings to this table.
Well, first of all, thank you, Linda. I'm really glad to hear that you guys had a trial with Gen 1 electric trucks and you still want to keep going. Those are the stories we always want to tell fleets, which is, you're not going to have a bad experience first off and then never want to try it again. You'll progress and you'll learn. And once you go electric, you'll never want to go back. Here at CalStart, we've been around for 30 years as a nonprofit. We are proud to have, as our members, some of the companies here on this panel today. Over those 30 years, we've developed deep relationships with the truck makers, the OEMs that are here. And then through administering in partnership with CARB, the California HVIP incentive program, we also have very deep relationships with the dealers and salespeople at these companies. They are the front line, right? You guys are the ones out there really talking to fleets all the time. And so now my role here is I am thinking about the fleets, right? I want to learn from the fleets what more tools they need to make decisions. And so I'm really excited to learn from this panel as well today. As you said, CalStart has sort of a suite of resources for fleets like TCO calculators and funding finders. And, we can help connect you with your dealers. Again, though, these manufacturers and these dealers that are here on our call today, they're going to be like your frontline resource. to get you the information and do the planning that you need to do. But I'm so excited to hear from Linda, and any other fleets that are in the audience. Feel free to reach out to us and view our website and contact our staff, because we want to help you find the right truck and do the right planning.
Fantastic. And, that actually is a great segue, I think, Nikki. And the first thing I wanted to dive into a bit, you talked about things such as the HVIP grant and so forth. And so I'm going to get the big question out of the way right now. I'm sure you all either anticipated this or won't be surprised about it. There's a big cost difference right now. Certainly, though, things such as the HVIP grants, things such as the low carbon fuel standard, which we'll touch a little bit on in our next panel and touched on it earlier today, help offset even the initial purchase of those trucks. In addition, they're a lot less expensive to run in the long run. But tell us, Nikki, a little bit about that offset of something like HVIP. And I know that we have an incentive panel coming up, but tell us how useful that's. Obviously, money helps a lot, but what does that really do to defray the costs? What are we talking about?
Yeah, so I will leave it to our OEMs today, whether or not how much they want to talk about price. But a good rule of thumb very often for folks to think of is a battery electric truck can cost you about twice what your diesel truck costs you. So, if you're buying a class 6, I don't know, sometimes those start in the sort of $80,000 range for diesel. It can be double for electric. Same goes for class 8. I think very new ones now are sometimes going for 150, 180, double that for your old battery electric truck. So the incentives that we have available, and this, you can find all of this information at the CaliforniaHVIP.org website. You go to the catalog. When you click through the catalog, the numbers that you're going to see there on those trucks, they're not the price, they're the voucher amount. Think of your voucher as your coupon. And here's a good thing to know about HVIP as we get into sort of discussing further picking a vehicle and planning for these vehicles. When you use these incentives, they are a discount right off the cost of the truck right up front. It's not a rebate. You don't pay for the full price and then get a check later in the mail. It's something that your dealer, your salesperson, is going to actually take right off of that purchase order, drastically reducing the upfront price. And this particular program does not require scrappage. You're not required to turn in an old truck to take advantage of it. You just discount your electric vehicle right up front, and then you realize ongoing savings through fuel savings, right? I love telling people never going to buy diesel again. So that's the way this incentive program works. And as you said, Bruce, we're going to get into more details about a lot of the other incentive programs that are available, but HVIP is one of the easiest electric truck coupons you're going to find out there.
That's right. That's right. And Rob, I'm going to turn over to you. And like I said earlier, and like you mentioned, certainly, Nikola is making both fuel cell and battery, which I think is fantastic. So you bring really both sides of the equation, especially for heavy duty trucks, at least at the moment. So first of all, I know, Nikki, I think you mentioned meeting someone at ACT Expo earlier this year. Great Zero-Emission exposition. It's huge. It's held every year down in Southern California. And I met some folks from Nikola while I was there. And they, of course, were showcasing both their battery electric and their fuel cell electric. Where are we at on the timelines for that? I think the battery is very close, if not available now.
Yeah, absolutely. So battery electric, the Tre BEV, we've started production earlier this year. Plan of record right now is to produce 300 to 500 of these units to put into customer hands here in the near future. So we are well on our way on the production for the Tre BEV. The fuel cell, we are currently demoing a lot of these vehicles, getting mileage accumulation with the target of really starting production toward the end of next year. So that's kind of where we're at right now, and we'll continue to improve on the Tre BEV from its Gen 1.
And one of the things, Robert, that I really want to jump into with you, but I think I'll wait a few minutes here, is just some of the differences and advantages between the two and disadvantages between the two. A compare and contrast, if you will. Also, one of the things I want to jump into, and I'll throw this out there for the moment, is kind of the different considerations. And I'm about to go to Bang here and ask Bang about, about the lighter duty vehicles and so forth. But there's a lot of differences between those vehicles, how you may operate them, things like charging times and how to charge and so forth, charging levels. And I do want to dive into that. But before I do that, Bang, you talked about all the different configurations that you can put on that chassis. Now, I know you did say that shuttle buses may be your main market at the moment, but you mentioned work trucks and other things. How easy is it to if I needed a special configuration? I mean, you could probably without all of the, if I need a drill rig or something like that, that's different and that's difficult. But you guys could probably make most of the types of vehicles that I would need if I needed them in a Class 4 truck. Is that right?
Yeah. I'll first, want to comment and just make the point that a Class 4 vehicle is a very, very urban-centric vehicle. And, so you can imagine that, it's serving a smaller radius. You're gonna be the range requirements are not as extensive as compared to, let's say a Class 8 truck, right? A Class 8 truck is really going to be focused on moving large amounts of goods, from port to, wherever. But, for a Class 4 vehicle, you can imagine it'll be, from smaller warehouse distributing out. It could be for a plumber or electrician to get to the job site, bring tools and supplies to complete a job. So, the Class 4, the E450 chassis is one of the most flexible chassis, one of the most commercially utilized chassis. So you will find them, back in the time when everything was gasoline or diesel, you would find them in multiple configurations. I mean, as far as you can imagine, and you can imagine two plumbers might be doing the same work, but they might have different configurations because their locale might have different nuances, right? So yes is the answer. There's many ways to configure these vehicles.
No, and that's fantastic, because one of the concerns that a lot of folks that are in the regulated community have is, well, are we going to be able to get a truck that fits this need or that need? And that's one of the things that we want to keep talking about with people is, in many cases, and clear on up to some of the larger class, the 7s and even the 8s, if they need something that's configured in a specific way, it's not just about a tractor to pull a trailer. These are not that much different. In fact, maybe no different, in many respects are no different than, as you said, that traditional diesel. I've been doing this for about 11 years. I've become a truck geek, and I notice all the 450s running around. And you're right, there are a lot of F450s. It's a pretty big truck. It's a workhorse. I think you picked that's a great frame. Linda, I am now going to turn to the voice of experience here. And first of all, I think one of the things I really want to get into, and it kind of goes back to something I said a moment ago, is, you folks operate both Class 6 trucks and Class 8 trucks. Now, they're used for, in many cases, very different purposes. I'm not sure with your waste hauler, I'm not sure if it's probably running shortish distances, but I mean, the use patterns in these vehicles are often very different. What did you do when you were looking at getting these types of trucks? What were some of the considerations that you had to take into as far as the logistics on your site? I mean, even things like, well, we'll charge these in this manner and these in this manner. And what made a truck really attractive to you? And, you mentioned you were in on the first gen, and we know that this has been a booming field over the last few years. the advances made in the vehicle technology is. I went to ACT Expo for the first time this year, and I was just stunned to actually see it on the ground. It was fantastic. So, but what were some of the things that you looked at for the truck? What were some of the differences that you experienced in operating them and so forth?
Yes, and actually, that's one of the things that I think is really, really important when you're considering the type of truck that you need. We really needed to make sure that when we received the trucks, that they were outfitted to meet our operational needs. So, for example, our hauler requires a special tarp mechanism, and then the delivery trucks require lift gates that can lift close to a ton of materials. And unfortunately, when we received the trucks, the tarp mechanism wasn't designed to meet our needs, and then also the lift gates weren't. So it took some rework, but it was really important. We were relieved, or we were glad that we had originally right up front stated those requirements. So right, because if we hadn't, we wouldn't have a case with the manufacturer to get it right. So they had to go back and make it right for us. But and then also our dock heights, that made a difference in terms of making sure that the truck would pull up and meet our docks at the proper height. So we definitely considered those things super important. Let's see. I think you mentioned charging. So the debris hauler, being a Class 8, has a requirement of we needed to use a higher charger, like an 80 kilowatt charger to charge those each night, whereas the other the delivery trucks use a 40 kilowatt. So there was a lot of planning that had to go into creating our charging schedule, because one of the challenges that we encountered was that our warehouse, where the trucks are reside, it has a limited capacity of power coming into the building. So we had to take a lot of intentional planning and make sure that we utilized engineers, electricians, and so forth to add electrical infrastructure to our warehouse to accommodate the 11 chargers. But then also we had to design a charging schedule so that we wouldn't go over our power limits in the building. So we are on a charging schedule where we can charge 3 trucks at a time, and we do that overnight to capture the best rates. And then the timer, and it's on a time clock, it goes off, then it starts up the next, charging of the next 3 trucks. And so those were, just things that we had to encounter. Was there something else in there that I missed, Bruce?
No, I think, make sure I'm not on mute again. No, I think that really covered it well. And, you talked about working with the manufacturer, and, they're learning as well as you're learning. Bang, I'm going to turn back to you and ask you, what kind of programs do you have to work with a customer to really help them fine tune what they need, or to make sure that they're getting the truck that they need? Well, what does Phoenix do along those lines?
Okay, so just to understand what they need, one of the things we do is we'll do kind of a route analysis to just really take a look into the pure distance that they're traveling, if there's any topography that we need to take into account. And then we just best match that with our powertrain system. Our powertrains are available with 3 different battery sizes. So, according to what they need, we can prescribe what we think would fit best. I think in terms of the customer's need on the physical side of their building, we do also provide chargers. It is something that we can arrange for them. But a lot of that, I would say, it's we would partner with their local utilities to work with them, because the local utilities really know what's going on there, and they also have multiple programs to help them to design how to deploy all the infrastructure for them, right?
Great. Okay. Good. Thank you. Because that is important. And now that we've reached that second generation, if you will, we see all kinds of improvements in vehicles. We see that, we know, we've talked to folks in the past. Nikki, I know that, you have dealt with that first generation issue forever. What do you see as that? Oh, wow. I'm trying to figure out how I want to say it. What do you see as that kind of that leap in technology, that leap in refinement of the vehicles?
Yeah, I've heard a couple of things on here. I mean, one, we know that battery capacity has just been exploding, like the technology has just leaps and bounds, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean you need the biggest battery out there, right? We keep talking about right sizing. That's so important. But the other technology that Linda mentioned that's so important is that smart charging. I have definitely seen people like rush in and just like put as many high chargers as possible. And that nuanced strategy that she was talking about, that, there's a computer that will like charge 3 vehicles, then turn them off, and then turn on the next 3 vehicles, right, can save you so much money in your installation and things like that. So we're just getting smarter and smarter about the ways to make what is a quite complex and advanced technology work in our limited real world circumstances. Like, you walk into a yard or a warehouse and it's old and the electricity is not enough, and all of those weird things. But since we're just on the topic of chargers, I will say there's also an incentive program for chargers. It's called Energize with 2 I's. I will drop it in the chat. But when you're making this planning, you want to think about the truck and the incentives you need with the truck. But you also want to think about the chargers and the fact that there's funding to help you assist with the chargers. But actually, usually the charging planning comes before the truck purchase. But with that, actually, I might turn it over to Nicola, because I know that they're offering some really interesting charging solutions with their trucks.
And I want to find out about their hydrogen trucks too, but that's a great segue. Thank you, Nikki. Robert, tell us about, again, you're the Class 8 person on this call. You're dealing with the really big guys. What are you folks doing along those lines? And it sounds like, and I didn't know that. Thank you, Nikki. It sounds like you are really looking, as I think, is becoming more important. You are looking at the whole package holistically, not just a truck, but other things as well. What is Nicola doing along those lines?
Yeah, I mean, we really take a consultative approach to handle, the entire project. I thought, Nikki said it well. Start with the infrastructure. Understand what kind of power you have available at your facility and what your goals are and future plans. You really need to keep all of that in mind. From Nicola's standpoint, we will help with, right sizing the amount of chargers, matching it to your duty cycle, set these vehicles up for success. Understand where in your fleet and your operations that, the current technology fits well and sets it up for success. Uptime is crucial. If these trucks aren't running, that's a problem for fleets, and we understand that. So getting ahead of that is absolutely paramount. Nikki touched a little bit on some mobile assets that we've rolled out to really help expedite the timelines. So we have an MCT, is what we call it, a mobile charging trailer that we can wheel out to your facilities, set that up to power to the panel preferably, and you're off and charging. You don't need a permit for that since it is on a trailer. And we also have another product called an e-skid, similar nature, actually uses a little bit less power, but we're deploying these assets both to demo the vehicles and also long-term as they gear up for a longer permanent infrastructure plan.
Tell me a little bit. I had not heard of the MCT. Tell me a little bit about that. I think that is a really important product or service that you as a manufacturer can offer. And we know, and we'll talk about infrastructure in our next session a month or so from now. We'll dive deeper, but things like that will be really important. But how much power can that provide on the ground for a truck? You know, how many trucks can you charge with, or how would you use it best?
Yeah, so we actually developed this product out of necessity, right? When we first started producing these trucks and, alphas and betas, we wanted to test all over the country. So we've done several years of winter testing in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Mm-hmm. Well, there's not a whole lot of DC fast chargers in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So we've configured a 175 kW tritium charger on really a 16-foot, I believe, trailer that we can actually pull with the tray BEV, put in place, hook it up to the right amount of power, 3-phase 480 connection, and you're off and charging. So they've been extremely valuable, again, for demos and short-term solutions while you're developing that permanent infrastructure that may take a year plus.
And I want to definitely go back to Linda about some of the challenges and things that they learned, and to Bang about the lighter vehicles. But you just mentioned something, and I have to admit, I've become maybe even more of a hydrogen fan than I already was. I think there's a big place for hydrogen. I think a lot of folks in our audience and just that I've met, battery electric has been so common, and there's so many great uses for it. But hydrogen is going to be something that's really important. And you mentioned something here with the battery that I know is important in the hydrogen world too. You may not have all of your infrastructure in place, but you have some trucks, and you need to fuel them, whatever that fuel be, whether it be electricity or something, until you can finish up your infrastructure. Do you offer something similar to that? I know there are folks that do, but does Nikola on the hydrogen side?
I'm sorry, Bruce.
Sorry. Something like did I freeze, or I may have froze? Something like a mobile charging solution until someone would get infrastructure set up.
Yeah, absolutely. We have partners that have developed essentially pressurized tube trailers, cascade flow, that do not need power, that we're using for demos right now. Again, not a lot of folks out there have permanent hydrogen infrastructure.
Right.
So we're able to service those, tube trailers, if you will, almost as a wet hose application from the diesel world. So we are deploying those assets in a company with our fuel cell demo trucks right now. Primarily in Southern California, so you may see them on the road out there.
Great. Okay, thank you. Bang, I want to turn back. You said something, and I know this is also the case in Class 8s, but I think it's even more the case in the lighter vehicles. You mentioned that the Phoenix vehicles come with three different battery packs, correct? Yep. Tell us a little bit. Just like I think Nikki said earlier, that so many people think, I just need the biggest charger. I just need the biggest battery pack. That's not necessarily the case. So tell us, one, about maybe what are the different size batteries that you guys offer, and about what would the range of that be, and give folks in the audience. I mean, I've developed a pretty good idea over the last 3 years, but give folks an idea, when they may want to, when they don't need the biggest battery pack, when it might be, whatever the cases are. So can you talk about that a little bit, Bang?
Okay, I'll first just gonna mention, for our trucks, we offer them in 3 battery sizes. We have a 94 kilowatt, 125 kilowatt, and 156 kilowatt.
Okay.
And the range is about 100, 130, and 160.
Okay.
And I think a little bit different from, Nikola is, the Class 4 vehicle is in kind of a different space. Yeah. If you just heard me rattle off on those battery sizes, you actually will realize that these vehicle battery sizes are actually very similar in size to, let's say, like a higher performance personal vehicle, like
Mhm.
you know, for example, like the Tesla model, the Plaid, right? So I mean, of course, those vehicles are, you know, focused on luxury and performance. For Phoenix Motor Cars, you know, our vehicles are purely commercial. So I would say we're not pursuing those two avenues. We are, we're pursuing basically, you know, reliability and economy. And you know, with that said, you know, we don't need, you know, you don't need blindingly fast acceleration on a commercial vehicle, and you probably shouldn't. And with that, you know, we don't need to have as big battery sizes, right? Which also keeps us in a pretty sweet spot, because you know, a lot of commercially available chargers that can serve the personal vehicle size, like it also pertains to us.
Okay, great. And I know things like, you know, like the availability of any opportunity charging can help you maybe minimize a battery size, because the bigger the battery, I mean, there's a cost difference there, obviously.
Yeah.
Again, you may need that larger battery, and you mentioned 150 or 156 kilowatt. I know that even in Class 6 trucks, a lot of the Class 6 trucks out there, they're offering in that range, maybe even smaller, because again, you don't necessarily need 150 miles of range or 200 miles of range. So always something, and folks out there in the audience, that's always something that keep in mind as you're planning. What do you really need? And I want to go over to Linda in just a moment, but before we do that, we had a question come in, and it is a good one. First of all, as far as batteries, just like with everything, batteries don't last forever. And I think I'll turn Rob to you first. What is the expected life on a battery? And I believe it's down around 70% charge capacity is when it starts to become less useful for the vehicle itself. Is that right? Talk about battery degradation, and again, timing. You know, I'm not going to need to go out and buy a battery a new battery every 3 years. I mean, you know, these things last a long time. What are you folks seeing at Nikola? You're on mute, Robert.
Yeah, so our battery packs are engineered to last 7 years or 700,000 miles. Now, to your point, Bruce, at the end of that mark, we see a 20 to 30% degradation, roughly, depending on a few different factors. What was the duty cycle? Are you slip seating the truck? Are you charging at higher speeds? You know, the common practices you see on keeping the battery to last longer. So at the end of that 7 years or 700,000 miles, that truck will still operate, but you'll see, of course, a diminished range. At that point, if that truck maybe you can go into a different application, lower mileage into your fleet, it absolutely still runs. Or we see a big opportunity for a secondary application for those batteries. Things like, you know, electricity storage, microgrids, you know, things of that nature. So it's not, you know, this battery is done, let's toss it in the trash. There's lots of value and secondary applications that we can utilize those packs for.
Absolutely. And really thank you a lot for making that point, because that is, you know, I don't think anybody except maybe Nikki was here when I kicked all this off this morning, but, you know, making the point that it's a new world. There's new ways everything's got to be thought of a little bit differently. I mean, but first of all, your diesel engine, you've got to rebuild that once in a while too. And you can't do anything if your diesel engine blows up. It's not useful anymore, right? You've got these batteries that can be reused for many purposes. And I know more and more people are looking at that and how to take advantage of that. So thank you for pointing that out. Linda, I want to turn over to you. I think two questions that the folks in the audience would just love to hear. Two things. One, and they're really related. What did you learn from this project? Maybe what would you do again and what wouldn't you do again? And what were some of the things that you really felt you just nailed? You just hit it right off the bat. You did it right.
Great. Yeah, those are great questions. And just by the way, we haven't experienced a high voltage battery degradation yet. And it's probably because we're low mileage on a lot of the trucks. or most of them. But we have had a lot of issues with the low voltage battery. That was unexpected. Every truck has a low voltage battery, and we've had numerous failures. And it's stranded our trucks, not due to the high voltage battery, but to the low voltage one. I'm happy to talk about what were the learnings. We obviously, to plan your yard where the trucks will be, it took us a lot of effort to do that because our yard's fairly packed. So we had to really plan out where they would go. They have to be parked on an angle in order for the charger cord to reach them. Striping your lot, all those things are really important up front. Let's see. We were anticipating that we wouldn't get as much mileage out of each charge, and we have been really pleasantly surprised that we actually can go a lot further in mileage than anticipated. We thought we could go maximum 50 miles, and therefore we wouldn't be able to reach some areas in our territory, like, they're garaged in South San Francisco. We figured we couldn't get up to Novato. Well, it turns out that two things. We're with good driving, like the brake, using the brake regeneration ability, we actually capture around 100 miles per charge, almost double that we thought. And then also we could drive it till we get down to like 15 to 20% charge. We originally thought, and our drivers were fearful of going below 30%. So we convinced them, no, it's going to be okay. You're going to make it back home. So with those, those two things, that's been a great thing to learn. Let's see. I think at least for us, and being a first generation truck, I would definitely recommend that, at least from a user standpoint, and I'm not sure how many end users are on the call, but to really plan vigorously to inspect and test the vehicles prior or to accepting them. It might be a different situation now with later generation trucks, but we were so thankful that we included in the grant proposal mechanical engineering test of every vehicle before Goodwill accepted them, because we found a lot of rework issues that needed to be done prior to accepting the vehicles. And then let's see, some of the ththings I think that we did right was the having the mechanical engineer, the experts, to be able to really test the trucks is really essential. We were really fortunate to have a partner in our project, the Center for Transportation and the Environment, and they were extremely helpful in developing our route schedules. They have the connection with these mechanical engineers. They developed our charger schedules, and they developed our KPIs. So they just have been a phenomenal group to work with, and really helpful in implementing our project. And I talked about this before, but really getting all of our specifications that are going to meet our operational needs up front in any grant proposal or agreement with a leasing company to make sure that the truck comes outfitted to meet our needs.
Right. And, you touched actually on a couple things, and I just want to reiterate it. And I mentioned it this morning. I told people they would hear me talk about things like this multiple times throughout the day. but it is a different world. You talked about driver training, and I think, you didn't use that as one of the things you did really right, but I think that is one of the things that you did really right, is, making sure that the driver knows how to get the most efficiency out of this. And from what I've heard from drivers that have driven these trucks, they actually prefer driving that way. They're using that regenerative braking. It was really cool. I got to drive a Class 6 truck. I'm jealous of those that have gotten to drive Class 8s, but I got to drive a Class 6 electric, and it was really cool. I drove a Class 6 when I was young for a company for a little bit. Night and day, different worlds. I think it's safer with the regenerative braking. So, it's just better to drive that way, and it's the right way to drive it for efficiency. And that's just one example. I mean, driver training, mechanic training, just an awareness of what's going on with this vehicle. I think it's fantastic that you got that kind of additional mileage out of your vehicle.
Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to add one additional thing that I
Please,
think
Linda.
is really important for us. We really feel that we've been so fortunate to be involved in really advancing the field of electric truck technology. Mm-hmm. And just part of that was establishing new partners in the supply chain that helped us implement the trucks. So, for example, there were no providers of maintenance services, preventative maintenance. Mm-hmm. So we reached out to, we really had to do it all ourselves, is convince a company to take on the maintenance, even though they've never maintained electric vehicles before. And but they said, yeah, we know this is the future. The one who did just take us up on this. We know this is the future. We want to get a head start. We want to, this is going to be new for us, but we're willing to learn. Same with telematics. There were no telematics companies that had the systems, the technology set up for gathering data on electric vehicles. Mm-hmm. And we actually went originally with a startup, a very small startup, that a larger company realized that, hey, we have to get on board with this. And they ended up buying the little startup. And so since that time, obviously more telematics companies have come on board, but that was something new that we learned. It's like, oh my gosh, there's no supply chain partners here. We're going to have to, find them and find people willing to innovate.
Yep. That's right. That's absolutely right. And, I'll go back to my personal experience, and I'm sure a number of others were at the ACT Expo. It was just, I have been working in this field for about 3 years, and I really do really think we're going to make it there with infrastructure. The vehicles are already there. We're going to make it, right? And I would say there's a lot of smart people out there that understand the challenges, and they're working on it. I came back from the ACT Expo, and I said the same thing, but my tone changed to, there's a lot of smart people out there. They know the challenges, and they're really working on it. I mean, folks like those that are here, Phoenix Motor Cars, Nikola. I mean, you guys have been working on these things for a long time. I have been touting that what's the difference between hydrogen and battery for a bit now. I really am fascinated by both of them. I think they're both fantastic technologies. Let's turn back to Rob, whose company is doing both of those things. What are some, first of all, what are some advantages and disadvantages? They both have advantages and disadvantages, no doubt. Also, and I'm just going to tell you folks, if you haven't heard this, and bear in mind, we're here to provide information that is going to help the fleets on this call. I will tell you, I've been lucky. I sit in on rule development for the Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation. I've been thrown into the whole world of infrastructure. So I sit on a lot of calls with a lot of fleets. I mean, a lot. And I can't tell you how many times, and I'm going to speak to, I think everybody realizes battery is here, especially paying in, the Class 6 on down, certainly in a 450. I mean, that's that's pretty much, as you said, the same as an electric vehicle, especially one of the higher end vehicles, right? Because the battery size is comparable. That technology is solid. It's been around for a very long time. But and people realize that with all battery. But when they turn to electric, I'm sorry, hydrogen and fuel cells, I can't tell you how many times I will hear people say, yeah, that's like 7 to 10 years away. It's not. So could you talk a little bit, one, about the differences, again, the advantages, disadvantages, and where that technology is? And it's not just the fuel cell in the vehicle, it's the hydrogen supply as well. So Rob, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Yeah, so Nikola, as you mentioned, Bruce, is taking a two-pronged approach, battery electric, hydrogen fuel cell, both in the Class 8 space. A lot of folks out there may not know, but Nikola also has an energy team. So we will be producing hydrogen outside of Phoenix with very low CI in a partnership with the utility here in Arizona, APS, that gives us a very advantageous rate to produce. And the energy team is going to kick me for this, but very green hydrogen. They don't like when I say the color spectrum. That will then be distributed to California. Our first 2 stations in Southern California will be Colton and Ontario. And then we just announced 2 additional stations in Sacramento and Stockton. So we really want to connect, the I-10 corridor, Southern California to Phoenix, and then I-5 up and down California. So some of the advantages, disadvantages, I always start with the duty cycle of what the carrier is doing and try to backfill that technology into that duty cycle. So if you're running 250 miles a day, lots of stop and go, and that truck can sit overnight and charge, maybe battery electric's a better application for that. If you're slip seating this truck, you're constantly running the vehicle, you're running higher miles, maybe 400 miles a shift, and you only have an hour of downtime, then maybe fuel cell will be a better fit. Right now, we're targeting refueling times of 15 to 20 minutes. In Nikola's instance, the 2 trucks share about 60 to 65% of the same components. So at our factory in Coolidge, both trucks start on the same line and then eventually come to a fork in the road where we're either adding more batteries or fuel cell stacks. So there is carryover on the batteries. We still want to be able to capture that regenerative braking. Linda, that's amazing, by the way, that you have those drivers capturing all that regen energy back. I've seen a variation of 30% on driver to driver if they're not, keeping that in mind. But the last maybe pro I'll say about fuel cell outside of refueling times is weight. So batteries are one of the heaviest components that we see on a Class 8 vehicle. You're taking a lot of those out in our instance and adding fuel cell stacks that are lighter. So we're getting more payload, and then of course less refueling times. Oh.
I was on mute that time. We had a question this morning about battery weight, and really specifically regarding the larger vehicles. I mean, with the really, the lighter, the Class 4s and so forth. They're not doing the same kind of job. They're not usually carrying a payload, that kind of thing. It's not as big of an issue, I don't think. But with the larger trucks, especially Class 8s, what are we talking about for battery weight? I know that in California, there is a 2,000 pound credit, if you will. So instead of if you're a battery electric vehicle, instead of an 80,000 pound weight limit, you actually have an 82,000 pound weight limit. But what kind of a difference in weight are we talking about?
Yeah, so our truck has 9 battery packs on it, 733 kilowatts on board. So it's a lot of energy.
Wow.
Each pack weighs about 1,200 pounds roughly. So yes, that 2,000 pound weight exemption does help, but we're still 5,000 to 6,000 pounds heavier than a traditional diesel truck on the road.
Yeah. I didn't, and I'm sorry, I just have to delve into this for just a moment. I didn't know you guys were using that big a battery pack. That's amazing. And just for the folks out there, and Rob, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but for the folks out there, if you were pulling a fully loaded trailer, you know, I mean, you're not going over, you know, the grapevine or something. I mean, even my gas car gets a lot worse mileage when I'm driving from Sacramento to Tahoe. But if I'm pulling a fully loaded trailer normal route, I'm looking at getting over 300 miles out of that pack. Is that right, Rob?
Yeah, and again, that's all dependent on the driver, the topography, the duty cycle. But just for illustrative examples, you know, in a stop and go drayage, you know, port application or food service delivery, you know, we see 1.8 to 2 kilowatt hours per mile. So you can do the math and get that range. If you jump on the freeway, 82,000 pounds, and you're going point to point, a little bit less efficiency there. We're seeing 2.5 kilowatt hours per mile.
Okay. Which is right in the range of what I have always heard. And, you know, I mean, you flip it around miles per gallon, or in this case, miles per kilowatt. You're right in around half a mile to about 0.7 miles per kilowatt hour, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I think so. I think my math was right.
Yeah.
and if it was Linda's drivers, they would get like 500 miles out of it, because they have done an amazing job.
I think we might have some recruiting efforts going to happen after this call.
I tell you, man, you guys are awesome. Well, Linda, you made the point. That is Goodwill's forte, right? Reusing, making things as efficient as possible. You guys did it there. Hey, Bang, I want to turn to you for a minute on that lighter side. You know, we've talked about refueling time on hydrogen, and we know that at least right now, I think the biggest commercially available charger I've heard of right now is about 600 kilowatts. I know you can easily get a 350 kilowatt charger. That's a really fast charger, which certainly megawatt chargers are right around the road here, right down the road here. But you don't necessarily need that kind of charging power with the kind of vehicles you're talking about. But, you know, one of the points I made earlier in an earlier presentation was there's also a difference between the charger capacity and the vehicle's capacity to take that charge up. What are your battery packs? First of all, what will your battery packs accept at kind of a maximum charge rate?
Well, currently right now, our vehicles are designed to take in 50 kilowatts on DC charge.
Okay.
We're currently, our current deployments are actually deployed with a chatable charger. We are in the process of transitioning to a CCS1 charger.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, the more widely acceptable charger. But still, you know, there's quite a lot of chatable chargers out there as well.
Mm-hmm.
What was the other part of your question?
I was just asking what I think you answered it. So you said about 50 kilowatt intake is what your batteries will accept. And is that standard from the 96 up to the 100 and I'm sorry, I think it was 56?
156, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But I will kind of add in that, you know, the maximum rate you're going to get in charging is going to be in the middle part, right? The very top of the charging, the 90 to 100% is going to be like trickled in.
Yep.
So yeah, just want to add that little caveat in there. I think that applies to almost pretty much all electric vehicles out there.
It does. And, you know, again, that was actually a point that I touched on in an earlier presentation. But as I've been saying, this is a new world. It's not the same. Linda, you talked about how your drivers were nervous about going below 30%. But, you know, now it's going to be a matter of especially as more and more public charging stations come online or other means to charge remotely, it's going to be an issue of where can I get charges throughout the day? And you don't really want to charge to 100%. You don't always want to charge with a supercharger, because those types of things, and I think, Rob, it was you that mentioned when we were talking about degradation, those type of things do degrade your battery faster. If you don't supercharge as much, it's going to last a little longer. If you don't always, you know, fully charge it, it's going to last a little longer. What do you guys do? And you said you get down now to, I think you said 20% or maybe even a little lower. Do you typically charge to 100%, or do you try and stay in that kind of mid-range? And as Bang just said, that last 20% takes as much time as, you know, almost the first 80%.
Yeah, well, given the, our territory size,
Yeah.
we really have
You
to
have to.
charge all the way to 100% before we start out
Right.
during the day. And that is actually something that we've always wanted to change. We wanted the ability to be able to charge once we got up to Marin County, so we could keep the trucks there and, just travel locally. But that's why we're so excited about adopting the mobile charging option. We're so excited about that because you could put that on a truck and move it anywhere and use it. So we would put it at one of our stores, park our truck overnight, and charge it. So yeah, we have to do the supercharge once a day, and then we also have a number of our trucks that come back midday. And, they're not at zero, they're, anywhere between 20 and 50%. And we'll do a short charge to get them out for just a couple more hours. And at those times, we don't quote supercharge them.
Right. But this is a really important part of this discussion. And when I asked you, and I'm sorry if I put you on the spot with that, saying that, you don't really need to charge to 100%, but some people do. And that's exactly what this webinar series is for, is so that the people in the audience think about that. You might need to charge to 100% all the time. Depot charging might be great for you, or if you can get an opportunity charge, somewhere in the middle of a route, that might help you change your charging ability. All of these things are the kind of things that you have to plan for now and think about. And there are a lot of resources out there, and more growing all the time. Your utilities have a lot of information for you. I'm going to plug one of my programs that my people on the back channels have been saying, why haven't we talked about this yet? We have, along with, and I will plug CalStart again because they have a fantastic amount of information. As I said, the utility companies, especially the big investor-owned utilities, PG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, and SoCal Edison have a lot of information. Manufacturers typically have a lot of good information and will help with these things. But we also, we have been in the compliance assistance industry for quite some time. And most recently, not only are we doing events like this now, where we'll be really talking about zero-emission vehicles, but we have our zero-emission vehicle website. It's our CARB Truck Stop spinoff, if any of you have used Truck Stop. I think the link, look, and there is the link. I got great people. I say it and it appears. There's the link, but if you don't remember the link, and this applies to our programs like Advanced Clean Fleet. You got a link earlier for Advanced Clean Fleet or whatever. Just do a search for CARB Truck Stop. And it's going to be the first thing that comes up. There's a big icon on there, Zero Emission Vehicle Truck Stop. Same with ACF, CARB Advanced Clean Fleets. It's going to take you right there. So there are and we are adding to that and modifying it all the time. It's still in fairly early stages, but we're adding that information, and hopefully we'll have information that will help supplement these types of events so that you can go and read that. These are also being recorded, so you'll be able to watch these again. But take advantage of those resources out there. Nikki, I'm going to turn to you on that note and say, I've named some, and there's so many out there. I kind of keep track of them a little bit. But you guys, you are one of the big resources. What do you see as some other really good resources for the folks that are on this webinar today? Any that come to mind right away?
Yeah, the one that I was just thinking of, and I grabbed the link here, I'll put it in the chat, is along with CARB, we developed a total cost of ownership calculator. This is just a place to start. So, as Linda said, they contracted with somebody who did route modeling for them. And then as both Phoenix and Nikola do, they work very closely with their customers to understand the nuances of your duty cycle. But this total cost of ownership calculator is a really basic one that you can just run yourself online if you know how many miles and sort of what type of trucks you're operating, to start to see how much, really you're going to see how great the savings are on the fueling side. So that's a good place to start. I'll also drop in there the funding finder tool, which is a way for you guys to look up what other grants. Linda, as an early entrant into this, talked about using a lot of different grant funding. And that can be a bit complex for sure. HVIP is like on the easier side, then there's a more advanced side, but the harder that you work, the more partners you find, the more things you can sort of get covered by the grants and incentives that are out there. I think that I probably repeat this one like too much, but the HVIP catalog is such a good place to start because you can click
Never too much, Nikki, never too much. That's a great one.
It's like if you're just shopping around, right? You can like click into the Nikola tray like information section and get their spec sheet. You can like click into the Phoenix Motor Car dealers and find a dealer to contact. So that's just a great place to like find the vehicle that is best going to suit your needs. And then I'm going to just give one piece of advice. Linda talked about telematics. The total cost of ownership calculators are only as helpful as the information you put into them. So if you don't know exactly where your trucks go and how far they travel right now, it's not as useful. So if you're a fleet manager out there and you've got trucks out on the road, if you haven't already, stick some kind of tracker on them or have your drivers install an app so that you can get some real data, because it's going to help you make much better decisions and probably save a lot of money.
You know what, Nikki, that actually is a perfect segue. I didn't give it to you. I didn't pay you for it. We are getting close to the end of our time, and I do want to give people a short break, especially myself. But I would like to ask each of you the same question. And I don't know that this is the answer for you, Nikki, although it's probably close to it. What would the number one piece of advice that each of you would give for your own vehicle purposes, whatever the case is? What's the number one thing that you would want the folks that, that don't have ZEVs right now? Maybe you're a little, nervous about this whole new world. What would you give them? And I'm going to go in order of my screen. Well, except for you, Nikki, because that may have been it. We'll come and end with you. Robert, you're the first one on my screen going in a clockwise fashion. What's that one piece of advice that you'd give folks?
Just one. I'm going to have to say start.
I know. I know.
Tough.
There's so much. I know.
It's a project. I mean, there's so many different facets, but if I'm sticking with one, I'm going to say start with your infrastructure. Look at what power you have available. Look how that lends to the technology. Get ahead, get with the Energize program. If you need to get upfits, there's long lengthy timelines, but start with the infrastructure and then work your way backwards and then start looking at vehicles.
That's an excellent point. One of the points that was made in the panel that Nikki moderated earlier, actually, I might have jumped in even at some point. Maybe it was my speech before that, is, you might order a truck and, Robert, I don't know what your delivery times are right now, but let's say it's 12 months, or 8 months or whatever. Let's say it's 12 months. But you haven't even started planning that infrastructure yet. And that might take you 18 months to put that in. You get trucks after, a year or 8 months. What are they going to do until you've got the infrastructure on the ground? That is really, really excellent advice. This is a holistic process and it has to be looked at that way. Bang, you are next on my screen. What would that one piece of advice you would give to the folks in this audience? And again, if it's coming from the lighter vehicle world or not, that's fine.
Well, okay, I'm not going to say I'm coming from the lighter vehicle world,
Perfect.
But I'll echo definitely what Robert says. Infrastructure is very important, but I'll go even broader and more general. I'll say, just ask questions. Find people to talk to and ask about it. CalStart is a great partner in this. CARB, you guys are also, fostering this whole revolution. So ask early. Collect your information and you'll just be better. You'll be in a much better shape to go forward. We're on the cusp of a gigantic change. I just know, but I can't tell you how far it's going to go, but ask early, get your information.
Yeah, that is also, you're right. That is great advice. And that's what we're trying to do here, is to start you on that path of at least what you need to think about, what you need to talk about. I said this morning, we're not going to be able to sit down with every single fleet, at least not at this point, and not at this time. We're not going to be able to sit down and talk about every fleet specific situation. We're going to try and, offer more and more help as time goes on. But we want to do this and start you thinking, start getting you familiar with the concepts and the terminology and so forth. So
well, I'll go to say, I know Bruce cannot answer every single person's call, but if whichever fleet you're out there and you need someone to talk to, there is someone you can talk to. There are plenty of us, manufacturers, dealers, nonprofits that are all in this together. So there is someone to talk to. This sounds very, very self-help, but really we're all in this together. So and the resources are there.
I heard. I'm sorry, Bang. Go ahead.
Go no, that's it. I'm good.
I heard. I'm going to turn to Linda in just a moment, but I heard something that really impressed me. Again, I'm going to go back to my experience at ACT at the ACT Expo, and I heard this from a number of speakers that might not normally were at the time, and competitors, different manufacturers, different companies that did the same kind of things. And I heard time and time again, and I've been around the regulatory world for a long time, so I take everything with a grain of salt, but I believed it every time I heard it, is we've got to help each other now because this is new, this is different. And I think everybody realizes, to whatever extent they can, this is a shared thing, that the people like you guys are out there to share your knowledge and to help folks. Linda, you are the one, and you've already passed on all kinds of good information. But if you had one thing, and it might be a repeat even of something you've said, but as the voice of an early adopter, what would that piece of advice be? And you're on mute. There you go.
I have to agree with Robert and others that have talked about infrastructure. Just really the knowing what your electrical infrastructure is the place to start. During the planning process, we were really fixated on how much it was going to cost to install a charging station. And when I look back on that, I thought, oh, we were not really, focused on the right thing. But it was a hard question to answer at the time in 2015 because there weren't any other examples of charging stations for Class 6, Class 8 trucks out there. We had no idea how much it would cost. So our facilities director at the time said, oh, well, it's going to, the cost to put a car charger in is, $15,000. So we estimated it would be $65,000. Mm-hmm. But when it came down to implementation, and that's when we learned that we had power limitations in our warehouse. And where we thought it was going to cost $65,000, it ended up costing us $285,000.
Yep.
Big reason to focus on your electrical infrastructure. And now there are a lot more options because of, for example, the mobile charging solution. You can take that into consideration. Yep. And because there's more options, but you really need to know what your power capacity is, and what your loads are. What is your current electrical load in your building, and then what are the different options that are going to add to that load?
And we will be talking about stuff like that in the next session of this Next Stop to Zero, which will not the following presentation from today, but the next session, which we're going to hold, and we think probably about a month to a month and a half. We're just tacking everything down, but it's talk to people early, and they start thinking early, and that's the biggest thing to think early about is your infrastructure. Nikki, did you already give us your number one thing, or is there another number one? Because you guys are a wealth of knowledge over at CalSTART.
Telematics is a good one. I'll stand by that. But I would also add, since everybody's talking about infrastructure, I'm going to bring up something we talked about before lunch, which is go and speak kindly to your landlord. They will be holding the keys to whether or not you can proceed with this project. I don't know actually if Goodwill leases or owns their properties, but folks at like Phoenix and Nikola, they have teams that like those teams can meet with your landlord and kind of explain some of this stuff if you feel like you just can't explain how important or urgent the work is. And there's lots of other providers and suppliers, but your utility is a big one, but your landlord is also. Just make sure you're bringing them into the conversation really early.
Absolutely. Everybody, fantastic advice. I know we didn't tell you every single detail today, folks, on the attendees on the call. That would probably take a month straight of webinars like this. Hopefully not that many, but there is a lot of information. We gave you some great background, we hope, today. We gave you a little deeper background. We have one more session coming up today, which is our incentives. We'll be giving you even more about HVIP, a little bit about Energize that Nikki mentioned, about a couple of our other programs. And then, as I said, there will be another day that will focus on other issues, and in this same format, having folks that really are doing this, installers, fleets that are using infrastructure, whatever, they're on the calls to answer your questions. Everybody, it is 2:24, and I think I'm going to give the folks on the line a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Our next session starts at 2:30. Thank you so much, everybody. Robert, Bang, Linda, and of course, as always, Nikki. We work a lot together these days, so I always say as always because she's wonderful to work with. You guys, I probably said this to you when we talked previously, but people on the other end of this call, we can tell them, CARB can tell them all we want, and they're going to go, yeah, that's CARB telling me, right? But you guys are the folks that do it. You make it, you use it, and it's absolutely invaluable to have your input. So thank you so much. And with that, I'll let you get back to your day jobs.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Bruce, you want to go? Mac, you just real quick want to just give me a test 1, 2, 3. Make sure you're good.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Awesome. Okay, so you're good on yours, and I will advance your presentation when we get to it. And then Leslie, same thing, real quick. Just a real quick test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yay! Thank you. And then Tara, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Let me just move you up here. Awesome. And Leslie, and then Mac. Let me make sure I did. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Bruce. Take it away.
All right. And Linda's still on the panel, correct, Stephen?
Yeah, let me.
Okay. Linda should still be out there too.
Got her.
There she is. There's Linda. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you, everybody. And unfortunately, I lost my moderator and one of my speakers for this panel, so you got to listen to me again. But I said a couple times throughout the day that we were going to have someone from the Low Carbon Fuel Standard program on. They're really sick and just not able to do it. I'll give you a little bit of information about it. It is it's a complicated program, so we couldn't go into too much detail here, but I'll give you a little information later. But first of all, we are going to have a couple of presentations. The first person to provide a presentation will be Tara Campy. She is another one of our CalSTART colleagues. If you haven't gotten the impression yet, we do work with CalSTART a lot. They're a great organization. They help us with our grants and incentive programs a great deal. Then CMAC and Ashdasari is going to come on and provide a presentation that's going to give you a little bit of an overview of all of our incentive and funding programs. Then we're going to have a discussion panel, which will consist, again, I believe, of you, Tara. And I'm sorry, it's Tara, right? Not Tara? Okay, got it. Thank you. Then Leslie Goodbody, it's the end of the day. I'm getting tired. Leslie Goodbody, who is an air pollution specialist with CARB. She has worked in our incentive programs for many years. She has been a specialist on hydrogen vehicles as well, and she's got a great wealth of knowledge on incentives. And let's see, Linda from our last panel. Linda, who has zero emission trucks and did a great job training their drivers. I'm still totally impressed by that, Linda. They took advantage of this funding early on. I think they learned a lot, and I know from talking to her and some other folks that work at the San Francisco Goodwill, that they're looking at getting more electric trucks, new electric trucks. So, it's not something they went, I'm never going to get one of these again. But she has good experience on this incentive funding side. So that's what we want to do, is give you some insight into what you need to do. Someone asked earlier this morning, said something about, HVIP, it's first come, first serve. Isn't it gone already? And it's true. Most of it, I'm going to say that, most of it. And Leslie, maybe when we get there, I know you know quite a bit about HVIP, or Tara, maybe you'll cover this in your presentation. Much more of the HVIP funding is now being targeted for specific purposes. It's not all just first come, first serve. So yeah, and some of it is being targeted specifically for smaller fleets. So we are trying to make sure that everybody that needs some assistance getting a vehicle gets that assistance. So having said that, I will turn it over to Tara, and take it away, Tara.
Great, thank you so much. It's great to be here today and let you all know a little bit more about HVIP and the current status of the project. So HVIP opened for this year's round of funding in March, with a historic level of funding across various vehicle types. And we are still open for business across the board. I'll put the link in the chat where we update available funding every business day. So there is a lot of complexity in HVIP. We can probably go to the next slide. Well, I'll start with a little bit of history. So the program's been around for over 10 years. It's really well known, and hopefully has helped a lot of you transition your fleets. If not, we're here to help, and you've come to the right spot. It's funded over 9,000 vehicles, over 1,500 participating fleets, about a 20% average cost savings over the typical vehicle cost. And there's a vehicle catalog, which I believe is on the next slide, that shows you exactly what vehicles are available to be funded and the incentive amount for each, as well as lets you connect with a dealer directly, so that the dealer will handle the paperwork process to get your voucher requested and moving forward in our processes. So the paperwork burden on the purchaser is really easy. It's designed to be streamlined, and you see the discount immediately at the point of sale. Next slide. This graphic provides a workflow of the steps that you'll go through, but as I just said, you start with just finding a dealer and vehicle that you want to purchase from our catalog, and the HVIP incentive will be right there on the purchase order in the beginning. Next slide. There is a lot of complexity, as I mentioned earlier, in HVIP this year. There are many different set-asides for specific vehicles. Class A tractors performing drayage, for transit vehicles, for public school buses, and the Innovative Small E-Fleets program, the carve out specifically for small fleets to allow some innovative financing options that are different than standard HVIP, which in standard HVIP, there's requirement if it's a lease of having a 3 years or longer, and several other requirements that aren't as flexible as we're able to do in ISEF. And so while ISEF, the public school bus set aside, and the drayage set aside are closed, they've been fully subscribed, we still have over 40 million of standard HVIP funds available, and any vehicle type can be funded out of those dollars. So HVIP is still open for business across the board, and the link I put in the chat is to our funding page, which shows, as I mentioned, daily updates on funding that is available. And we will continue to be updating that throughout the remainder of the year until presumably next year's funds are added, or if we do close, that'll be messaged as well. Next slide. HVIP, in addition to providing voucher funds, also has a suite of technical assistance, much of which you've probably been talking about today, fleet engagement work that we do, and under the HVIP umbrella, as well as interactive online tools such as the Funding Finder that lets you explore funding options beyond HVIP across California from public partners for vehicles and infrastructure, as well as a map that lets you see the data. Every month, we update voucher requests and redemptions so you can see where the funding is impacting your community, as well as planning tools for a variety of vocations for infrastructure deployment and fleet transition planning that are also available on the HVIP website. Next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about the companion project, which is the companion project to HVIP, which is called Energize, the Energy Infrastructure Incentives for Zero-Emission Commercial Vehicles. And while HVIP is the on-road truck and bus project funded and managed by CalSTART on behalf of the Air Resources Board, the Infrastructure Companion is managed also by CalSTART on behalf of the California Energy Commission. So it's a brand new program that opened this past year, currently has 50 million available. And the goal of this project is to accelerate deployment of the infrastructure needed to meet medium and heavy duty demand for battery electric and hydrogen vehicles. So it's very exciting. And the next slide here will show you some more details about about the different lanes. So there are different funding lanes that have their openings throughout the year. And you can go to the Energize website and see which lane meets your needs, including if you already have a purchase order, if you are in a disadvantaged community, or other specifics about your project specifically. Next slide. Somebody mentioned HVIP being first come, first serve. It still is in some of the funding types within HVIP, but Energize has been designed to be a scored mechanism. So this slide provides a little bit more detail about how that competitive scoring happens. And we are also working between Energize and HVIP to sync up the applications and articulate the full incentive journey to participants so that you know where your infrastructure and your vehicles are coming from. Next slide. That's it for my slides, but the main takeaway is that HVIP is open for business and we still have money available. I know everyone, we're in a scarcity mindset because of the rapid pace at which all the HVIP funds in 2021 were depleted, but that's not the case this year. So please encourage people to come to our website or to reach out to us if there are any support that we can provide as you look to make a purchase. Thank you.
All right, Tara, thank you. Sorry, Tara, thank you very, very much. And I see you're hanging on for our panel. The next presentation will be from Mac, who, if I didn't say it, he is an air pollution specialist also here at CARB. My goodness, I hired him many years ago, and it was smart on my part. And then he went on to do even bigger and better things. And he's going to give a presentation on CARB's general funding program portfolio, if you will. All right, Mac, going to turn it over to you.
Thank you for a kind introduction. Right now, I'm just going to go cover some of the CARB's utility incentive programs. This is a incentive very important for supporting this transition to the zero emission vehicle replacements. And so right now it's important to note that some of the funding programs that may not be currently available, but you should be aware of them, and you could take advantage of them in the future. And be aware every funding program covered in this presentation has its own requirement and limitation. There we go. Okay. And also throughout this presentation, I will provide some general overview and also a link where you can find more information at your convenience. At the grant funding for truck owners who are within the 12 months of their engine compliance deadlines or already out of compliance is very limited in most cases and is no longer available. However, CARB's truck loan assistance program is still a viable option, which I will present next. Next slide, please. So the CARB's loan assistance program is a viable option for many truck owner operators who are currently out of compliance. Loan assistance is available for qualified truck fleets with 10 or fewer heavy-duty vehicles. But remember, this is a loan that needs to be paid back and not a grant funding. Program criteria requires an eligible trucking company meets basic requirement by qualifying as a small business, which is defined as a fleet with fewer than 100 employees, or generating less than $10 million in annual revenue, and operating primarily in California.
Mac,
yes.
Mac, I'm sorry. You're on. I think you need to change your slide. It's a different slide. You're on the VIP program slide.
I'm sorry, I didn't change it. I'm still in loan program.
You did?
I did.
Are you on?
I'm not.
Oh, there it is.
That.
Okay, now we've got it. Okay, that was weird. We were seeing.
My apologies. It advanced one more.
All right. Sorry about that. Thank you. All right. Sorry, Matt.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you, but we were getting that comment. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. So really, we covered up the basic requirements for being a small business owners, and primarily using it used for used or newer trucks with 2010 or newer model year engine standard. The engine can be used diesel fuel, CNG, LNG, or other fuel, including zero-emission technology. Trailers may be eligible for financing only in conjunction with eligible tractor. Truck owners who are interested in this program should apply at the CalCap participant lender, which the link is provided here. Next slide, please. Thank you. The VIP or voucher incentive program provides funding opportunities for small fleet owners with 10 or fewer vehicles to replace their older heavy-duty diesel or alternative fuel vehicles. VIP is administered by your local air district. Basic requirements are your old truck must be owned and operated at least 75% in California for each of its previous 2 years. Your old truck engine needs to be 2009 or older, and replacing it can be a replacement vehicle, could be new or used. And the amount of funding is based on engine model year, annual usage, and the weight class. And lastly, the truck needs to be scrapped. Next slide, please. Call Moyer program, or Moyer for short, provides for heavy-duty vehicles, provides incentives for replacement, repower, conversion of vehicles with engine model year that is 6 or more years age prior to the calendar year. For example, a 2016 engine model year right now is eligible. Replacement vehicle can be new or used, and the amount of funding is based on engine model year, annual usage, and the weight class. Also, the truck needs to be scrapped. Next slide, please. Thank you. Community air protection or CAP incentives are available for replacement of old and higher polluter vehicles and replacing it with the equipment with the newer or cleaner model, primarily in disadvantaged and AB 617 communities. The CAP program is a community-based program that has the primary objective to assist community concerns and priorities and to provide immediate air quality benefits. The CAP program is administered by your local air districts as well. And since the program started, a total of $964 million have been allocated to this program, with another $250 million currently in proposed state budget. Just want to add that this program, this money doesn't just provide funding for on-road vehicles, but also for other type of projects like stationary community source identified sources. Some of the eligibility of this program is similar to Moyer and the VIP that I provided earlier. Next slide, please. We're going to kind of skip this one because Nikki, Tom, and Tara have already covered it extensively. But again, this is something that you can use in the future for your information. We're going to move to Volkswagen VW Mitigation Trust, which provides about $360 million to California to mitigate the excess of the NOx emissions caused by the VW illegal use of emission testing defeat devices in certain VW diesel vehicles. For the heavy-duty sectors, the next 3 slides will provide information about zero-emission transit, school, and shuttle bus category, zero-emission Class 8 freight and port drayage truck category, combustion freight and marine project category. Next slide, please. Thank you. There are $130 million funded for zero-emission transit, school, and shuttle bus category. This program is administered by San Joaquin Valley Air District. It has experienced a record high demand for zero-emission school buses. As a result, applications for school buses are no longer being accepted. However, money for transit and shuttle buses is still available. Application will be awarded on a first-come, first-served basis. And during the project 10-year period, approximately 425 vehicles will be replaced, and an incentive amount of up to $400,000 per vehicle. Next slide, please. The zero-emission Class 8 freight port drayage truck category is a category. This category is intended to support the expansion of zero-emission truck available in heavier weight class that typically rely on diesel technology. There are $90 million is allocated to this category, and this program is administered by South Coast Air Quality Management Air District, and currently accepting applications online. Application would be awarded on a first-come, first-served basis. Funding is available to replace Class 8 freight trucks, including drayage trucks, waste hauler, dump trucks, and concrete mixers. Existing vehicle must be engine model year between 1992 to 2012, and they need to be compliant with all applicable regulation. The replacement vehicle needs to have a zero-emission technology, and the old vehicle is going to be scrapped. Next slide, please. The last category we're going to cover for the VW is for combustion, freight, and marine. This is really this category provides funding for replacing 0.02 NOx standards. So it's it's a regular engine, but it's cleaner engine. It is intended to accelerate the older, higher polluter engines throughout the state of California that it's disproportionately impacted by air pollution, such as freight, corridor, ports, and rail yards. And this program is administered by South Coast Air QAMD, Air Quality Management District. For this category, there are a total of $60 million being allocated. And it covers the engines. Your truck needs to be a class 7 or 8. And it has two options of replacement and repowering to a 0.02 low NOx engine. Same as other VW, if you're doing a replacement type of project, your existing vehicle must be scrapped, and your vehicle needs to be your fleet needs to be in compliance with all the requirements of the regulations. Next slide, please. Okay, so we covered some of the CARBs incentive programs. So we want to move to some of the programs that provide incentives for infrastructure. So through what this slide shows is through the SB 350 transportation electrification, the California Public Utility Commission has approved $686 million and authorized the 3 large electric utilities in California, which are San Diego Gas and Electric Company, Southern California Edison, and PG&E, to support the electrification of medium and heavy-duty sectors. This investment will support charging for 18,000 trucks, buses, and off-road vehicles. It pays for design and electrical service and consumer property, and also provide rebates for chargers in the disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide kind of provides you some of the resources, additional resources that may be helpful for you. For example, we're going to start with the first on the list, which is the California Public Utility Commission website. Has a lot of useful resources to find rebates and incentives. We have the next on the list is PG&E. They have an EV fleet program, which is the comprehensive program that includes incentives and rebates, site design and permitting, construction and activation, and maintenance and upgrades. Next one is Southern California Edison. They have a charge-ready transportation program, which gives businesses the opportunity to install the infrastructure to support a fleet of medium and heavy-duty electric vehicles at a low or no cost. Then we have San Diego Gas and Electric. They work with the fleets for the initial infrastructure planning stage through the design, construction, and ongoing site maintenance. Then we have the SMUD, which they provide commercial EV program. With that program, they have rebates that funds for level 2 and DC fast chargers. Then we have the CEC website, which has a lot of information about funding opportunities for infrastructure to support advanced technology. And then we have Alternative Fuel Data Center. It's a database. It's really a database of all different states, but for California, you can go there with this link, will take you to California laws and incentives to relate to alternative fuels and advanced vehicles for California. And then the last one is Empowered Innovation, which is brought to you by California Energy Commission. Through this website, you can have easy access to even more funding opportunities. Last slide, please. Thank you. So finally, all the programs that we went through, we have it all in nicely packaged here in the Truck Stop website. The link is provided here. You can find all the information here for your financial assistance. And this would include my presentation. Thank you. We'll send it back to Bruce.
All right, Mac, thank you very much. Sorry, just had to find my mute button there. All right, now we are going to have a panel discussion. And I think we've got our panelists on. I don't see anybody's pictures all of a sudden, Tommy, but I believe we have Tara and Leslie and Linda on, correct?
Yep.
Okay,
Guys, if you can just come back on camera and then I'll spotlight you all.
great, thank you. All right, sorry, just moving something around here. Linda, I want to make sure we have Tara, because that's a couple of the first questions I have. There she is. All right, great, fantastic. All right, Tara, and I am going to turn to you first. One of the questions that we got in, and I have to pull it back up, is how long, and I think this is actually a very difficult question. You may want to talk about the process for how money is allocated for HFIP, but the question is, how long do you anticipate HFIP offering incentives for ZEV? I mean, I think the basic answer is as long as the legislature keeps approving it, right? But can you talk about how that works a little bit?
Yeah, exactly. HVIP is part of the low carbon transportation investments and the funding plan that CARB puts out usually every fall. So the funding that the legislature makes available is then codified in the funding plan that CARB, by which CARB allocates the funds to specific projects, and HVIP is among them. So as long as the legislature provides funding and CARB includes in the funding plan, then we'll be getting the dollars out on the street. HVIP in its early days was purely a market acceleration, first come, first serve model. And as time has gone on, it has gotten more targeted. So for example, the set aside project lanes that I mentioned, the allocated funding for transit, drayage, school bus, and small fleets. So that's a step away from the first serve model, and instead targeting incentives to vehicle categories that CARB specifically wants to help accelerate ahead of regulation and et cetera. So the short answer is until the market no longer needs the public incentives to have the inroads that it needs in the industry.
And you know, as I think everyone knows out there, there is a very strong effort by the state to move to zero emission vehicles. So there is a lot of support at the statewide level. Pardon me. I think you saw that reflected in just the new numbers in the budget this year that were discussed for not only HFIP and some of the other programs, but for Energize and some of the infrastructure programs as well. So, before I turn again, if you were in the last session, I turned to Linda, who's my voice of real world experience. I want to ask Leslie about one of the programs that we did hear a little bit about, but if there's anything she can elaborate on, and that is the VW mitigation funds. There was quite a bit of money, quite a bit of funding available there for a lot of different type projects. So anything you can elaborate on that funding pot?
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. I think Mac did a really good job giving an overall summary of the project. But if we focus, first and foremost, there are 3 different air districts that are running the different categories of funding. So San Joaquin is running the bus money, and but every single one of our programs is statewide. So the funds might be administered by an air district, but they are available to applicants throughout the state of California. And I think that's really important because a lot of people kind of miss that point. The important one, I think, maybe for this meeting is the Zero Emission Class 8. We still have, those applications are open now. It's probably one of the more popular categories because we offer up to 200,000 for trucks. But what we find with this program is that during the application evaluation screening process, trucks will drop out. So, as Mac mentioned, this is a scrap and replace program. It does require, scrappage of an eligible vehicle. So similar to HVIP, the fleet has to be compliant and the truck that they're trying to scrap has to be compliant. So sometimes we lose applicants there. So the reason I'm saying this is that we just need to keep need to keep the applications flowing. So if it seems like, money might be running out, you never know. So it's first come, first serve with Zero-Emission Class 8. We're going straight down the list. Little more detail on it is that it's basically your tractors, your tractors that haul freight, and then your drayage. If you have a tractor that's in drayage, that's a really important program. But any private fleet is eligible for up to 75% of the total cost of the vehicle, but that's up to the $200,000 cap. Public fleets, which is where our applications are coming in more for our refuse trucks and our waste haulers in that category, they're up to 100% of the cost, up to $200,000. And then somebody had a question in the chat about funding available for the really old trucks, like a 1985 Volkswagen. Through our consent decree can only go down to 1992 compliant trucks and only up to 2012 for scrap. So those are the boundaries that we are locked within.
And there may be other programs such as Moyer that might have some funding for that. But Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong. VW is like Moyer based on cost effectiveness. Isn't that correct? Go ahead.
It's not, VW is, we are looking to get those NOx reductions, but we're not, it's first come, first served. So we are not basing the amount that we provide on a cost effectiveness calculation for this category.
Okay. And you're also not basing it on I know you said the funding you provide, but basing the project since it's first come, first serve, there's not an evaluation necessarily of the project. What I'm talking about in my years in Moyer, many years, my time in Moyer many years ago, and this was really to address a question that was asked about an older truck. It's really based on how many emission reductions you're getting. And I'll give you an example of that. A truck that is very old and very dirty compared to a new truck, but only operates 1,000 miles a year, they're not getting very many emission reductions because they only operate 1,000 miles a year. So things like that can come into play. For the person that was looking at that specific question, you might want to contact your local air district just to see if there's anything there in Moyer. But again, with a truck that old, I think it's possible there, or pretty likely there isn't. But I don't want to completely tell you it's not. You should contact them. All right. So Linda, and I should know this, really bad I don't. What was the funding source that you guys tapped into?
It was the cap and trade funding.
Okay.
Yeah, we had applied through Bay Area Air Quality Management District under the Moyer grant. We were, anything that we could, we had already put our applications in. But when the cap and trade came out in January 2016, the Air District reached out to us and said, hey, this just was released and we have a partnership. Would you be interested in, converting your fleet? And they basically asked us, well, how many new electric trucks would you like? And we were shocked because it was more than one that they were. And we actually requested half of our fleet, 11 vehicles, and ended up getting that.
That's fantastic. No, that is fantastic. And
I want to chime in.
Yes, please.
I was a project lead on that solicitation, so I was part of the scoring team, and we absolutely loved your project, and we're really glad that was a successful one for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned this at the start that, and Linda, this comes from a conversation that you and I had a week or two ago, and from talking to a couple of your folks down at a presentation I was giving. But you folks are looking at additional funding for new trucks, and you learned a lot of lessons about the vehicles that will really help you as you continue to transition and take advantage of some of this funding. Which I think is just great. All right, fantastic. Thank you. So I want to, before we go back into any of this, because I kept mentioning we were going to talk about the low carbon fuel standard, I just want to very briefly touch on a couple things. Again, I apologize. The person that was going to give the that was going to sit on the panel is sick. He was still going to sit in on it, but he was feeling even worse. So, and I know him pretty well. He must be feeling bad to not be able to sit in on it. So I'll cover it at a fairly high level, and it's been touched on a bit today. And that may be okay anyway, a fairly high level, because it is a somewhat complicated program, but it is a very valuable program in this world of zero emission fuels. So basically what it is it is the LCFS. You'll always hear us talk about it as the LCFS, or the low carbon fuel standard. CARB created a system, oh my goodness, now over 10 years ago, quite a bit over 10 years ago. I think it's been modified since then, but created a system where if you were using fuels that had a very low what's called carbon intensity, so their potential to impact global warming is very low, much lower than gasoline or diesel, then we would provide a credit, and that credit could be sold for things such as fuels that weren't low carbon intensity, to offset, similar to the cap and trade program, to offset higher carbon emission fuels with lower carbon emission fuels. That program has been very successful. I actually have had folks say that as far as reducing the amount of carbon emissions in the state of California, that has probably been as important, if not more important, than our cap and trade program. It is, as I said, very effective. So basically, I'm just gonna reference electricity and hydrogen here. You're using fuels with a very low carbon intensity. You can go through the LCFS program, you can get these credits, and you can sell those credits on the open market, on the credit market for LCFS credits. That can really help offset costs of your fuels. You heard of your electricity. Electricity right now is significantly cheaper than diesel. Hydrogen is getting less and less expensive all the time. It will be less expensive than diesel. But you can offset it even more. You can basically get free fuel in some instances, but there are things that you would need to be aware of. For many years, and in most instances, I believe, the station owner, you would be the station owner in this instance, if it was your infrastructure to charge your trucks, has gotten the low carbon fuel standard credit. However, it's really run through the utilities. Sometimes the utilities would keep the credit, sometimes they wouldn't. In our earlier panel, the last one of this morning, one of the folks mentioned transparency when it came to LCFS, and that's something that you want to look at. Is if you are paying someone else to install or to use their charging infrastructure. We heard some business models earlier where someone will come in, they'll put it in. It's you're using and it's on your property, but they put it in and they're making a little bit of money by selling you the electricity. Who's getting it? You should at least know who is it that's getting the low carbon fuel standard. Is it that entity? Is it the utility, or is it available to you? So I'm not going to go into a lot more detail about that, but I am going to ask Linda a question about it, because I believe that Goodwill of San Francisco is taking advantage of the low carbon fuel standard. So Linda, again, from that real world user perspective, what benefit has it been to you? How difficult is it, to really get into the program? And what would some advice be from you about it?
Yeah, really good question. So this has been a tremendous benefit to Goodwill. we did the right thing in setting it up and becoming part of the program before we got the trucks, so that we could immediately start earning credits when we deployed the trucks. We started by opening an application at CARB and registering, but we through time and learning more about the process, we realized that it would be better for us to get a broker to do the work for us, right? Because there's a certain amount of administrative and calculation, and it would just we'd have to train somebody at Goodwill to do this, and it would just take a lot of time. So we opted to go with a broker. We've been extremely happy with the broker. And so really all we need to do is use our telematics system to calculate the energy used for the quarter. And then we submit those that data directly from the telematics to the broker, who can then determine the amount of actual credits that we've earned. And then they sell in the marketplace. And it's like a commodity, like you said. So the pricing is different, depending when they buy, or sell the credits. But so far, with putting 425,000 miles on our vehicles, we have earned in excess of $98,000
wow.
In revenue from the LCSF. So, that's significant. We can offset our electrical costs with that. So that would be my recommendation, is really look into the brokerage to be able to. It just makes our life easier, and it's just nice getting the check every quarter.
Right.
But it is hard to estimate, because the last quarter this first quarter of the year, really it was significantly reduced because of the changes in the oil supply and so forth.
Right. And as was mentioned again in this earlier panel that I referenced, it's a credit. It's a credit program. So the price for the credit is based on the market. So there is a fluctuation based on what that credit market is. We see the exact same thing in our cap and trade program. But that you just illustrated just how valuable that can be for the fleet owner. And I mentioned earlier, you might be leasing some charging equipment or whatever. And I know that with some companies, even if they are some installers, some charging installers that may be operating the equipment for you, even if they're taking the credit, they may pass along the savings to you. That's very common. So again, this issue of transparency, am I the fleet person somehow seeing benefits from the low carbon fuel standard program? I guess that's really the thing to really understand. Even if they're not a check to you like Goodwill gets, you may still be reaping a benefit from it. So, I am going to do the same thing, I think, that I did in the last panel. And what that is we are getting, down close to our time, but these programs are really important. They're important for all of you to help offset the cost, especially now, when the prices are still higher than conventional vehicles, to offset the cost of these new technologies, really critical to you. But what I'm going to ask, and I think I'll start with Tara. Why am I doing that, Tara? I am so sorry. It's been a very long day. I will start with her and say, if there were one or two pieces of advice that you could give folks, that you could give fleet owners that are potential users of either Energize or HVIP or any of the other programs, what are one or two pieces of really critical advice that you would give them?
I think early planning as much as possible. There's a lot of coordination that has to happen between potentially your landlord, between the utility, other players, to make sure that your timeline for deployment is lined up. So I would say start early, and our goal really across incentive programs, across funding partners, is to try to make it as seamless for the end user as possible. So reach out to anyone, and we will try to get you in the right spot. So trying to think ahead, and I guess not being intimidated by the road ahead, but know that there's a lot of partners here to help, and a lot of big investments on the table to help you make the transition. So plan early, and send any one of us an email.
And once again, I think everybody out there is hearing start early, plan early, and you've heard that throughout the day. It's really critical here. You know what, Tara, I'm going to ask you one more question before I move on to Leslie to see if there's advice, especially if it's specific to the VW program. But as I said, Leslie has been in this world for quite some time. She may just have some great advice, period. But Tara, who do you think, what is maybe one of the most valuable resources that you have? You mentioned a lot of partners. Who or what is one of the most valuable resources? Where should someone start? Would that be with the CalSTART program? Would that be, who would that be as it pertains to getting this funding?
So a large airplane just flew over. So could you state the end of that again?
Sure. I'm sorry. If I can remember the end of it. Who or what would be one of the most valuable resources where you start this process, especially as it pertains to gaining the funding? And that's not necessarily the first thing you should do, is apply for the funding. Is that right? Or is that wrong?
You want to get to know the vehicle that you're interested in purchasing, what works for your duty cycle, your price range, your fleet. So checking out a vehicle catalog on the HVIP site, or we have which I'll put in the chat, an international tool actually called Zero-Emission Technology Inventory that looks at makes and models around the globe. So you can dig into even things that aren't HVIP eligible or that are available in other places. So get to know the vehicles that are available and that you have interest in, and take advantage of some of the fleet convenings that CARB and like this one that CARB and other funders offer, so you can learn about what you actually want to purchase.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you. Leslie, I'm going to turn to you and ask the same thing. If you had one or two pieces of just like the best advice you could give to the folks in this audience that are looking at at funding, some funding help with zero-emission vehicles, what would that advice be?
Well, I guess I probably don't need to give this advice, but shop around. People do incentive shopping, and one of the things that happens a lot is we have a hard time with some of our VW funds, especially in the low NOx category. We have a hard time competing with Carl Moyer. That said, Carl Moyer isn't in every county in the state, so I do really want to hope that people that are not necessarily captured in some of those major air districts to know that the VW funding is available. People on the program hotline, when you go to that site, we link to super helpful staff over at South Coast, ready to help anybody throughout this very large state. So on the incentive piece, it would be incentive shopping around. I don't need to preach infrastructure early and often to anyone here, but since I am very heavily involved in infrastructure, one of the things I mentioned on CalSTART's little thing yesterday was how important, it's talking to that utility, also repeating what Nikki had said, your landlord is super important, but get into the details and the nitty-gritty when you're talking to your utility right out the gate about your charging infrastructure project, because you want to find out how to do what you absolutely have to do to lock in a commitment with that utility to get you on a schedule when things are going to when your site is going to get energized, and let you know how much that's going to cost you, because not all of these utilities have charge-ready programs. Linda's project, I had another project under that same solicitation that had the same, slam in the face of like, wow, the charging infrastructure is going to cost a heck of a lot more than we thought it was, and it was going to take a lot longer than we thought it would. So we were, our projects were part of the early learning curve on this. Fast forward to where we are today, the utilities have really, really staffed up. And on top of that, all of our automakers that are producing these, trucks for sale available through HVIP also have got these great programs through their dealerships to do a ton of hand-holding, anywhere from just that initial planning of what you might need all the way to turnkey operations on getting your infrastructure installed at your site. So rely on them as a resource. So it's kind of through the automakers, through the dealers, and they are here to help. So
actually, two great pieces of information, Leslie. I'm going to say on the first piece that you said, this probably goes without saying. It didn't go without saying, because you know what? I don't even think of that. And I'm pretty intimately involved, but not every, that you need to look for the funding program, the incentive program that fits you the best. And I think that was fantastic advice. Again, not something even I typically think about. And as far as dealers, yep, that is so true. I want to let people know again. I mean, they've been doing it for a long time, because let's face it, the dealer makes some money from the truck he sells. They are very helpful and you guys are pretty loyal to your dealers. They're very helpful in getting you information. All right, finally, Linda, that one or two pieces of just sage wisdom from all the lessons that you've learned, what would that be?
This is tough, because we're doing it now. We're out in the market looking for third generation vehicles. As you probably know, there's delays. We'd like them, the beginning of next year. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. And we want more than one, right? We want 10, 20 trucks. So it really is information gathering, just looking in as many places as we can, talk to as many manufacturers and dealers that we can, to just keep gathering information, and with the optimism that we'll eventually find a fit.
And make sure you know what your infrastructure is going to cost up front.
Well, we already have one site already handled, but that's the next. And again, lessons learned is what this whole series is about, is providing, everybody out there who's looking at doing this with the hard-learned lessons of folks such as yourself. And it's absolutely invaluable to people. All right. Any last words? We're just about at 3:30. Anything anybody would like to throw in? If not, I'll close things out. But I want to turn it over to you. You guys were the last wonderful panel of the day. So any last words?
Bruce, because Jordan wasn't here to present on low carbon fuel standard, we did have some interesting questions in the chat, and I guess for the best thing I could possibly do is direct them over the website, encourage people to reach out to some of the folks that are listed under the contacts under different subjects. Jordan is the one, Jacob Englander, if someone has those questions for hydrogen, he's the guy, and he should be able to, because there's a really good questions like who earns the credits and how does that work, and it really depends. And so I strongly encourage great resources, fantastic team.
And I'm glad you came back with that, because I had seen the questions, and again, I get busy doing this, and I forgot there were some very good questions there. Also, I mentioned our new our Zero-Emission technology website that's part of Truck Stop. It'll give you links to some of those programs if you're having problems finding the programs. As I said earlier, just do a search for CARB, low carbon fuel standard. However you want to get there, you'll find the information. And yeah, I think that's absolutely right on, Leslie. All right, Leslie, Tara, Linda, thank you all so very much. As I've said, you guys are the people that actually do this stuff, use the equipment, provide the funding, build the trucks in some cases today. And it's absolutely invaluable for the folks that are on the line, I think, to hear this. So I want to thank you again. I'm one day early, but have a good weekend. And Tommy, do we need to do a quick wrap up? I think we do. Thank you. All right, I will make this fast because I know it's been a long day with a lot of information. As I have said, this is only part of it. And